hear everyone, but wasn't letting me talk.
Well, so
Okay, so go to your go to the Discord video and voice setting, and then specifically set your Bluetooth mic to be your default mic. Have you done that?
I have not. I just got annoyed and said, fine, I'll use my old phone.
well, so what's interesting is your icon lit up like you were talking. I was just not getting audio. What's up, Ithel?
So,
Alright, so we are waiting on Felianthor.
Poor Felianthor rolling a 1 on that hit die.
Yeah.
He's in the roll 20.
Show that as a tab.
Now normally I would let him re-roll it if I was DMing, but he would just get a 2. Just my luck would just be I get a 2 anyway.
Yeah, like I say, I rolled a 1 on my hit dice when I leveled up too. So happens to.
Rerolling is no fun.
Correct. Jorgen, you do not have a character picture on your character sheet.
I do not. You want me to add one?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I don't care if it's just a random internet search thing.
Okay. 1 second.
do I get 1 or 2 sorcerer spells to choose from when I level up?
Stop chewing on the
Let's
microphone.
look at Sorcerer. Oh, I should have specified, but I bet you it pops up anyways. It does not. Oh, it does.
Karen says hi, Skirk. Oh, she said
Tell
hi,
her-
Skirky. She said hi, Skirky Poo, but
I figured. But tell her hi as well. So you get a new cantrip, and you learn 1 new spell at 2nd level. So you get a new cantrip, and you get a 2nd level spell.
Okay.
You can also chain. Let me verify before I say this. I don't know if it's actually true. It's not true. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, it's not true.
that's warlocks.
Well, and also wizards can do it for specific purposes. But yeah, sorcerers cannot. To be honest, I believe there is a subclass that allows you to change up your spells all willy-nilly, but I believe it's a tenant of the wild magic sorcerer, actually. Which kind of makes sense.
So you're allowing any spells from any published D&D stuff, right?
Correct, and any homebrew that I approve of.
Okay, because I took Toll of the Dead, so
That's
I
fine.
think that's from Tasha's, but it's a nice cantrip.
No, I think it's base game. I think it's PHP.
Okay,
I'm
I just like how much
totally.
damage it does.
It's a D12, right?
D8 if they succeed on the saving throw, D12 if they don't.
Yeah.
I thought it was if they take damage, they take if they're hurt, they take more damage.
Correct. That's what it is. If they are not at full hit points, it's a D12. If they have not taken damage, it's a D8. And if they resist the save, it's no damage.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because that was Grandite's whole thing. It is in fact a necromancy spell.
I thought Grandite's whole thing was a mind whip.
No, that's on that. That was accidents. All right, was that Felianthor that joined? Perfect.
Yeah.
So, Ithil, great recap. I enjoyed it. A slight change of that. Let me go. Is the very last part, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. I stored the gems in my body, and we headed back to the tavern to rest up. Yeah, no, you're still in the alleyway. as the body exploded and covered you in the alleyway in blood. And that's where we left you guys.
Okay.
All right. So, Jurgen and Felianthor, can you both hear me? Are you ready to start?
Yeah, I can hear you, and it's
Yeah.
Jurgen.
Jurgen,
Yes.
feel free to correct me anytime I say it wrong. And
Hmm.
Felianthor?
Yeah, I'm here. Is it not picking up the right mic?
Oh, I don't know. This is the first time I had heard you respond. But I can hear you now, so that works.
What kind of
Um,
level up system is this? Is it arcade where we get full resources every time we level up, or is it no?
no. No, it's the same rest-based system as base D&D. Reese, also, I don't know how you leveled up. What did you do?
Literally nothing. Just took tough. Rogue don't get crap at level 4.
Okay.
Yup.
No, that
Easiest
works. Tough
level.
tough is a good one, yeah.
Easy level. Easiest level of my life.
And Ithil, did you do anything crazy? Oh, yeah, right. I remember what you did. We're good.
Levels, I think 6, 7, and 8 are the rogues' big levels. They get like uncanny 5, 6, 7, 8. Uncanny, then evasion, then I think another one.
I still gotta add that stuff to my character sheet though, and I'm looking.
Yeah,
at
no
Discord
worries.
right
The
now.
links are in the Discord, so copy paste.
Reese, double check your sneak attack damage because I think you might go up at
Okay.
4th level.
I'm checking it. Ah, crap.
I-
Hold on. Give me a second. I have to remake the character sheet again because I playing Reese again in a different campaign. Hold on. Give me a second.
Wait. So use the sheet that is in our current version of Roll20, please. Don't.
I have to check the sneak attack damage.
Okay.
Yep. I have to go on Roll20 and not Roll20. I have to check.
All right. Regardless,
Hey,
we're not. Go ahead.
I was wondering if so when we made my character, you gave me the hand crossbow, but we didn't add any crossbow bolts. How many bolts should my guy have? Like 20?
Yeah, I'll give you 20. That's fine.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to pick up with Felianthor being summoned to the council. He did not show up in the morning when you guys continued your investigation after the incident at the Shepherd's Bath.
We
So
definitely
you
didn't
went
blow
ahead.
anything up.
So you went ahead and decided to do your own thing. Felianthor, you were summoned to stand before the High Council. And when you get to the council chambers, you were asked to wait outside until it was appropriate for you to come in. And that time has come now. You are motioned to walk into the chambers, and you stand before the 7 high counselors of Babylon. For a quick refresher on the high counselors that you have met so far. Counselor Amadeus is the one who you spoke directly with and who assigned you to this investigation. Council Cadilia, which I need to switch up right here. I'll do it later. Counselor Cadilia is the Orcish shaman who accompanied the party to Adventures Jump and inspected Ario's remains, and also cast the Zone of Truth spell during Reese's interrogation. Counselor Trevoth was the dark-haired elven man with long eyebrows and deep piercing eyes that Reese. I forget what Reese said, but she said something.
What? What were you saying? Dark piercing eyes, something like that? I don't know. Probably cowered in fear somewhere.
Okay. And alright, and those are the only counselors that have actually spoken and come forward and interacted with you in person. Felianthor,
Oh,
Uh,
I remember.
you walk into the council chamber. Go ahead and take it.
Greetings, counselors. I came as soon as I heard you requested my presence. I've been working as you ordered to find the monsters that are skulking in our city. What can I do for you?
And Counselor Trevoth goes, Monsters? So you are out attacking monsters, not dockhands in a tavern. Because the reports we have is that your band of hooligans attacked 3 dock members, or dock workers, took them into an alley, and made them cry after stabbing them.
Some interrogations may have gotten a little rough, but regardless of what their occupation is, anyone who works with monsters must expect to be handled like a monster.
Indeed. And Trevoth sits back in his chair. Uh, Counselor Amadis clears his throat. Well, we can't have you going around and roughing people up. Have you got anything to report?
We haven't gotten anything concrete as of yet. So far, we have some indication that they might be using the sewer system to get around. We've found illicit substances, but otherwise, we're still actively investigating. And despite my initial misgivings, the party you've sent with me has been fairly helpful in these regards.
Specifically, what progress have you made? Details, please.
We found the entrance where we expect that they'd come out of to attack Ario. We found a donut dusted with um, what is that thing called?
D-Dust.
With D dust, and we've made our rounds at some of the local taverns, finding locals who we believe are possibly working. There may be an organization of these monsters hidden underneath our fair city, but beyond that, we haven't found anything that I can report of to as of yet.
So you haven't even investigated the Fangless at this point. Ridiculous. We all know it's their fault. Trevoth speaks up, and you see a couple nods of agreement from Counselor C. Volney and Nevane. The others roll their eyes as if they've heard this argument and conclusion before.
I will go wherever the evidence leads me, and I will find the evil, and we will destroy it, regardless of who or what is behind this. But I will not jump to any conclusions until I know what we're dealing with.
Because you've done such a great job so far. I demand that they have even more supervision. And he claps his hand as if to indicate something, and then from a side entrance, a door opens up, and Jurgen Hornraven is standing there. Go ahead and walk forward and describe yourself.
All right. So walking forward, you see a. Anybody hear me all right? Just checking. Oh, yeah, okay, I'm coming in.
Yeah, you're fine.
Anyway, so walking forward, you see a human wearing basically just basic leather armor. It doesn't look too fancy. It's just a little rough around the edges. Uh, Coloration is somewhere between like mostly just a gray color with maybe some splotches of dark on it. Young, probably mid 20s, almost close to his 30s. Short, black hair, and he has. Let's see what's the best way to describe. He has a mustache, resting upon his lip, and what looks like the beginnings of a beard on his chin. Not unkempt, but not like he's but it doesn't look like he's been waxing it or anything. It's just there. And probably biggest feature you might notice at a glance is that despite the fact that he is clearly human, his eyes take up a kind of a quality that most common humans don't have. Kind of almost silver in color. And then I approach wherever it is I'm needed.
In the council chamber.
Yeah, okay. I'm in the council chamber. Oh.
You were just summoned by the counselor to
Mm-hmm.
join the investigation, and you have walked forward.
Yep.
Introduce yourself.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So I'm just walking up, just saying who I am. Okay. All right. So I walk up.
It's whatever you want to do, but this
Okay.
is that moment.
Sorry, I still waking up a little bit here, so forgive me. Okay. So anyway, like I say, I approach and I introduce myself. It's like, good evening, high counselors. Wait, is it evening or is it morning? I don't suppose it matters.
It is the morning. It is
It
the
is
morning.
morning. Okay. Good morning, high counselors, and to you, sir. My name is Jurgen Hornraven, and I don't know. I've been summoned here, I suppose, to assist in the investigation going on with these attacks, and I hope I will do my absolute best to ensure that this gets carried out.
Some of the counselors nod, others roll their eyes, and Counselor Amada says, "Very well, Jurgen. And Philianthor, I hope that you can continue to provide us with updates on the evolving situation. I think we have taken up enough of your time. You guys, or you may leave, or you're released, whatever." He dismisses, he is saying you can leave at your own will.
Ah, all right. All right. So, have we? Okay. So, who's doing what?
It's you and Philianthor in the council chamber. You've just been
Okay.
told you can leave.
Okay. So, all right. Well, I will leave, and I would like to actually catch up with Felianthor just to kind of touch base with him, see what the situation is, basically.
I briefly introduce myself to Jurgen as a paladin assigned by the High Council to lead an investigation in these matters, and I tell him that we are going back to the tavern to meet the other members of our team.
All right. Sounds good. I will. Where is this tavern? What's the name of it?
It's not the show. What was the original tavern called?
Adventures Jump.
Oh yeah, Adventures Jump. The tavern owner's son is one of the members helping us.
All right. I might swing by some places to grab a couple things, but yeah, what time do you want me to meet you guys over there?
If you could come as soon as possible so we can get started.
Excellent. I'll try not to dally too much. Then I'll see you over there. Good meeting you, sir. Like I say, I hope I could be of great assistance in this nasty endeavor.
I hope so as well.
All right. So you guys sounds like go your separate ways for the moment. Felianthor. Actually, this is a good moment. Let's all roll initiative. And go ahead and
Perfect.
tell me what you get.
Yeah, sure. Right up there. Oof.
Haha, bitches.
It's not a 5.
I'm first. Ha, +3.
So currently we have Reese in the lead.
Oof. Well, maybe next time.
How do you have a +7 to your initiative?
I could add my wisdom modifier to my initiative.
I'm just missing Ithils. Perfect.
Oh, I guess. Oh, all right. Cool.
Eldon.
Yeah. And why are you complaining? You rolled a high. You rolled pretty high, man.
At 9. Okay, perfect. So, Felianthor, do you plan on going anywhere before you head to Adventures Jump?
No.
All right. And Jurgen, where are you going?
So, okay. So in this city, is there anywhere where I can pick up? For one, I would like to get me a set of thieves' tools, or lock picking set, all that stuff. Is there anywhere?
Spend the gold for it, and you can have it in your possession. You
Okay.
live in a place where that would be readily available.
Yeah.
So just buy it, and you
excellent.
can have it.
And speaking of that,
Alright,
I'm finally
then-
gonna get my freaking short sword.
Nice. I've got a spare short sword. If you need one.
Yo, I won't even need to buy one.
Well, if your guy's nice to me.
Oh, trust me, she's gonna be
they're-
hiding from you.
I do not have the gold for this,
Then that
Well, you know what?
answers your question.
and I shall. You know what? I'll just meet them over at the. Well, hold on. Let me check a couple more things. Okay. I would like to get at least a couple of. Yeah, I'd like to get at least a couple of I'd say 2 healers kits, because I think that's probably best I can afford at this time.
Are you proficient with the
So-
medicine skill?
I am.
Alright. So yeah, you can get a couple healers kits. Okay. So, we find ourselves back in a market alleyway. You are still in the Gateway District. Probably closer to the Crafters District and the Grand District, but still in the Gateway District. So not too far away from Adventures Jump. However, Ithil Eldon and Reese, a blood balloon just popped, and you are all standing there.
Ah,
N- 3 stones clinked to the alleyway, quickly scooped up by an expression of Ithel's magical hands.
nasty.
And yeah,
Whose
Well-
idea was it to bring this thing out into the light?
I wanted to keep it down there. It was your idea we should drag it back for examination.
Just forget that I suggested that.
Yeah, it slipped my mind too that, oh, the creature of the dark would be afraid or disintegrate into ash with holy radiant light.
well, and just daylight in general,
Hmm.
because vampires and daylight. But
Mhm.
yes, perhaps you are not accustomed to the different restrictions the undead have on their livelihood, on, well, their corporeal requirements. So, what would you guys like to do?
Well, found these magic stones that were in his body. I guess we could. Hmm. For now, do you want to head back to the tavern and
Long rest, I'm
rest up a bit?
dying.
Yeah, rest up a bit,
I think I'm at like
and
2
then
HP.
and then inspect these stones. Like take them to, I don't know, somebody who knows a lot about stones and magic. Probably some magic shop stalls around the town. What do you think?
That sounds like a good plan. Let's go ahead and head back. You guys go first. I'll keep an eye on our 6.
Okay. DM, are you talking?
No, I'm reading this spell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's fine. I'm fine with it.
Cool.
Okay,
Just
so
felt like that matched my character.
yeah, no, I like it. So you guys are planning to walk through the market district covered in blood. Okay,
I'm not covered
last
in
chance.
blood.
Well, you're
I'm-
not if you absorb it all.
I can Ithel do the same to me?
I didn't know they were covered in blood.
Because
I thought
demon
Everybody-
covered in
the
blood
blood
is
balloon.
bad.
Yeah, the blood balloon
Okay.
popped by a
Okay.
spectral hand pulling a body out above you guys
Mm-hmm.
into the light of day.
Okay. I
Yeah,
I-
no, no, no.
I'm
Don't
not
let
covered in
Valianthor
blood.
see me like this. I'm going to die.
I just start at the head and slowly work my way down of just like in 5-foot cube chunks, just cleaning.
Thanks.
Can I take a little liberty here, Ithel?
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
I was about to
Maybe.
say. You got a
Uh,
thing.
Me
You
unconscious.
got a thing
I-
you can do.
I literally just start to from the head down. I just start to cover your body and absorb the blood from you.
Thanks.
You
The minute you
hear
guys-
Reese gurgle while inside you.
The minute you guys turned around and started walking away, I cast Prestidigitation on myself to clean myself up.
Alright. And you're leaving the not turning to ash blood in the alleyway? next to the aqueduct gate?
Nah, I got my Swiffer Wet Jet Ithel.
Yeah, I'll just clean that up too. Just, you know.
As if there was no crime committed here, the evidence is quickly scrubbed clean. Takes a
Ithel,
few
you have
moments. Go ahead.
Ithel, you have prestidigitation too, so
Yeah, but I like cleaning things and eating them.
that makes sense.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, so Reese, you could take notice. Your skin feels incredibly smooth, as if all the dead skin follicles or what have you on your body were also eaten away. So, like, best lotion ever.
Don't even need to shower
Anywho.
anymore.
Anywho. You're able to make your way through the market district unmolested, though Reese is obviously in quite a bit of discomfort as they are not looking so hot. I don't believe the
Did-
two of you took much actual damage that fight. I think it was mostly temporary hit points,
Yeah.
correct?
I think I'm at 19 HP because of the level up from, I think I went from like 13 to 19.
Well, you don't get that till you take a rest, but yeah.
Oh, so I'm still 13? Alright.
Yeah. Technically, you don't, none of your abilities activate because you haven't taken a long rest yet.
I'm 11 down, but I get my 5 temporary hit points after a minute, so
Yeah.
So I still look like I'm dying.
But like I said, you make your way through the town or through the market unmolested, and you find your way back to Adventure's Jump. Take a little bit to clean yourself up, get a
Sword.
drink or whatnot, and just as you're all about to relax for a little bit, Felianthor and a companion walk through the door.
Ah! Goes under the table.
Reese is under the table. Eldon.
Bellianthor! We killed a
didn't blow anything
vampire.
up. We didn't blow anything up. I swear.
Felianthor.
Did you only kill a vampire? You know, I don't care. This is Jurgen. He's been appointed by the council to help with our investigation.
My mage hand flies over and shakes his hand.
Jurgen.
I so as I'm grasping the mage hand, which frankly is definitely a new experience for me, shaking a disembodied hand. I kind of look around the room at the at the individuals, although I didn't quite catch who went under the table. Turn to Philianthor and just say, I assume these are your companions for the monster attack investigation, yes?
Unfortunately, yes. They're
And
they're
it.
not quite
Oh,
as
sorry.
bad as they look.
And
My-
Ithil.
Well, hello there. Welcome to my tavern.
Quick question, DM.
Uh-huh.
So, like, I understand we're doing initiative order stuff. If someone were to interact with me, but it's not my turn yet, can I, like, respond
100%.
back? Okay, I'm just making
Yeah.
sure. I was like, because
So
I wasn't
how-
sure. I was.
How the initiative thing works is its initial reactions go in the specific order like we just did to get things started. In combat, initiative is initiative, it starts off whatever. So after the first round, it doesn't matter where you are in the initiative order. Secondly, for role playing stuff, it's just to help avoid table talk. So if you're being talked to directly, you're in a conversation, so respond
Okay.
accordingly. And it's
Gotcha.
just to avoid crosstalk, like so one person doesn't go, I do this, and then I move on to do this, and I move on to do this. It's like we're gonna
Oh.
slow it down
Yep.
and give
All right.
everyone a chance to react if they so choose.
Gotcha.
But yes, go ahead.
All right. Yeah. So I respond to what does Ithel look like? Just out of curiosity here.
So currently I am back in my gray slime form, basically the size of a yoga ball with a bit of starry sparkles that are dull inside. Um, and when I interact, you can see me like stretching my body to form like kind of like a tendril for a hand, like a slimy hand. I'm like waving.
Okay. Uh. And okay, and then DM. I remember you mentioning that Babylon is full of all sorts of different races and stuff. Um are are slimes or whatever a common people in Babylon? I'm just trying to get a sense of how my character should react to being talked to by a talking silvery slime thing. Can Sorry, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Chat, can you hear me?
There you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, now I
Sorry,
can hear you.
I had muted my mic to eat a cookie. I said go ahead and roll me a history check real quick.
Okay.
Like it is very unusual to see a slime. A slime is a
Okay.
monster. Go ahead
Right.
and roll me a history check.
Thank you. It's like,
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize my mic was muted.
damn. I
So
got a
yes,
20.
you have heard of Adventures Jump. You know there was a sentient slime because about 20 years ago, it was a really big deal. He came out of the tower as loot. And there was a whole big hullabaloo investigation and like, are monsters becoming sentient? What does that mean? So on and so forth. Eventually, the slime went home with two of the people that found him, and they have a tavern. And that slime, Ithil, works in that tavern. He's actually kind of a local touristy celebrity type deal. So yes,
Oh,
in the
okay.
past you have heard of him, even if you haven't yourself taken partaken in Adventures Jump, because where you're from,
Mhm.
luxuries like that are harder to justify.
Right. Okay. So in response to his greeting, I just kind of look a little taken aback at first, and I'm just like, oh, pardon my rudeness. Okay, that's right. I remember reading about Are you? Pardon the question. Were you by chance found in the dungeon tower? You said it was years ago, DM, or how long ago was this?
It was a long time ago, years
Oh
ago,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Anyway, I basically asked if he is in fact that particular slime, and uh, as like saying again, it's like yeah, you have to excuse me. I have not run into anyone such as you before. You're definitely this is definitely all a new experience for me. Let me tell you.
It's fine. I get that reaction sometimes, But yeah, um, I was found in the dungeon. I was inside of a treasure chest, no less. I don't remember much after, like before I was found, though. Like before I guess, developed my sentience or my consciousness, whatever you want to call it. So I consider the people who found me at first my parents and live with them.
Well, that sounds wonderful, sir. Or do you go by sir? I'm sorry for being presumptuous.
Just call me Ethel.
Okay.
I don't really go by anything.
All right. Okay, so that's my reaction over until next whatever. Anyway.
So this will be for players, but I just realized how many goddamn dogs are gonna be in combat.
Now, what you could do, like, well, you're probably gonna do it, but you could just match their initiative with our initiative. To where
I mean,
you're,
if you
you're assuming all the dogs will be on the enemy team.
not like if that's how you guys want to do your summons, because we have multiple people who summon different things at this point. If you want your summons to act on your initiative, I'm fine with that. Or upon summoning, you can say, no, I want them to have their own initiative, and you can roll for it. I honestly don't care. But it is up to you to determine upon summoning if they're going to go immediately after you in the turn order, or you want to try and give them their own initiative.
Okay.
Because, well, I mean, yours is not as temporary, but
That's why I
everyone.
was thinking for mine that it would be like something that would probably have my initiative as well, like just shared.
Some spells will say if the creature shares your initiative or not, I think, but
Some of them do, but most, but the ones in question are all not. Ithil, you also notice the casting time, though, correct? So it's not a combat spell?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Absolutely. In combat, that would take like I don't know, 20 actions or something. No, like, yeah.
Well, basically, this gives you another familiar, is what it does.
No, not exactly. Because familiars can't attack. You know.
That's true. This gives you a slightly better familiar.
Yeah.
But I'm fine with it.
Especially since it, well, it takes up that thing to where I can't use that for as long as it's summoned.
Oh, yeah, well.
Yeah.
But regardless, go ahead. So it's you guys are all gathered together for the first time. No one has really gone into detail yet what has happened on either side.
The table is my home.
So, Philanther, yeah, we found some stuff. We went to investigate the bakery, and we did a transaction. Eldon, if you want to show him the donut you procured from the said bakery.
Point of order: he did not get a donut. He got a bag with
A
2
cupcake?
doses of Dust of Deliciousness.
Oh, it was just a bag.
He got drugs. He bought drugs.
Gotcha.
Just straight drugs. Great.
Yeah. All right.
Yes, if you have not caught on, Dust of Deliciousness is an illicit substance.
Cocaine.
Yeah.
Less damaging.
Less damaging.
Other than that, we went down in the aqueducts after I noticed that Reese had went in there and a green smoke was coming up out of it. What did happen about that? Like, why did the green smoke come out, Reese? I seen that when we got down there that you're already a bit injured, but I don't know the full grasp of that.
I
What happened?
I slowly come out of the table. Ah,
I put my hand on my bow real quick.
As you see a tiny arc demon emerge from under the table.
oh God, no, oh,
Hey.
not
Viridian,
again.
go ahead and roll me a perception check as you see Reese.
All right. Oh goodness, the cats are fighting. I got a 22.
You have more cats now?
I just have the two.
Side note, did you get one of these cats on your birthday?
No, I got. Oh, hey, can you not do that here, please, guys?
I
Oh my
actually I don't care about the cats. But regardless, you do notice that Reese carries a blade with a very known marking. It is the mark of a hunter.
Ugh.
Mark of a hunter. Okay.
It
Give me
is
second.
a guild of monster hunters that travel and are connected across the continents. And they are known for hunting monsters.
Okay, so having noticed that, I turn to Felianthor and I just ask, and I can't
I'm
quite
shaking.
formulate the words I could think of. I just kind of gesture at Reese
I'm
and
shaking
just
and cowering in a corner now.
what?
The the council has already decided that she is not evil. No manner of spell which I have tried has shown her to have any ill intentions. Despite the fact that as soon as I turned my back, they went and bought drugs. As far as we're
Sorry.
concerned, they are lawful citizens for now.
Hey, that was part of the investigation.
And he didn't.
I,
She didn't buy them. I did.
I got in trouble
Oh,
in
That's
the
the rabbit
sewers.
man.
See?
yeah, yeah. So I all right. So okay. So then I could just kind of look around and ask Philanther. So is this everybody? There's nobody else hiding in this here tavern that's gonna uh jump out and surprise me, is there?
No, the little one is the only one with a penchant for hiding. As I just rub my forehead, headache starting to
That's
form.
very curious. All right. All right, and I turn to Reese and just kind of like I put I try to look as like non-threatening as possible. How tall or how big is Reese?
4
Reese.
feet tall.
She's a little one. Okay, so then I kind of get down and I very softly just kind of ask, "Hey, where by chance did you get that blade? Is that yours?"
No. My dad's, he got lost. He came here for, oh, was it vampire hunting? I think that's why he came here. Still don't know what hunter's thing is.
Okay. Well, I just happen to know that the blade you carry is usually held by monster hunters,
Still don't know what that is.
but it seems that it is just people who hunt. They're basically more or less doing what we're doing right now, more or less. But regardless, um, I say let's go ahead and see what we do about our next course of action. That's what I would suggest, and then I just kind of like go get a chair and sit down.
I need to get a new weapon.
We'll take care of that.
Later, after I
after we
stop
get,
dying.
yeah, after we get some rest, we'll take care of that.
Remembers that she's still dying and just falls unconscious.
Oh,
Pause.
shit.
Pause for just 1 second. Check the stat thing, cause the Ithil, cause the thing that I open is looking really weird. It's like it's cut off a little bit.
Oh, for the thing. Yeah, things are cut off for me.
All right. Is it an issue? None of the hyperlinks should work because it'll go to Roll20's index page. But you see what everything says?
Yeah, I could see what everything says. I mean,
Eh.
we could have just what do you call it? Like, uh,
Done the
hold on.
snapshot picture like we did for
Yeah,
the hawk.
like I did for the hawk. Yeah.
Yeah. Either way, if you want to go ahead and do that, you have access. Let me make sure you can edit it. But you should be able to edit it and have access to it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can
that's
be
what I want.
edited. Yeah, you have access to both. So you can do it however you want. Alright, sorry, continue.
Yeah. I mean, I think so to keep you up to date, Zillianther and Jurgen, basically we went on the aqueducts after seeing Reese. I didn't get to hear what you were saying there. Did you like fall into a trap or something down there,
I
or?
took one step into the sewers,
Mm-hmm.
and there was a poison gas trap at the entrance.
Oh, yeah, that
There
explains
was
it.
also kobolds that we dealt
Yeah,
with.
yeah, there was kobolds down there, and then there was this vampiric type of creature. I don't know if it was a full vampire or a lesser vampire or a ghoul or whatnot, really, but definitely had
Go
fame.
ahead and roll me a nature check. Or an
Okay.
arcana check. Nature or arcana for the 3 people who were down there. We may have
Okay.
already done this roll.
I don't think we did actually for like
Nature
recalling on what
Identifying it?
exactly it was. Yeah. I
Yeah.
know I rolled a medicine check that was really good.
Oh my
okay.
god! He just turns into God himself.
So
That's a
yeah,
good thing.
you do not believe it was a full vampire.
Mhm.
And while you might not know the specific names of the differences, you clearly saw its capabilities and are able to describe the limits of their strength and stuff, and it is a vampire spawn.
Mm. Yeah, so it was a vampire spawn. So I am starting to suspect that they're definitely like the way and how big the aqueducts was and like the almost labyrinth like endings and where you could get lost and stuff like that. I feel like, and also there was like vents that you could come out or like you could spy on the surface, like tunnels. I feel like we might have found the base that these vampires and vampire spawn might be attacking from and dragging people down.
So, side note, the vents that you can see through are
Mm-hmm.
like the storm drains on the
Yeah,
streets.
yeah, storm drains.
Yeah. So they're not specifically hidden or even disguised.
Yeah, they're just blatant out there, but no one really paid attention to it.
Well, because they drop down into the place where all the sewage flows. So it's not like you can just like people can see you when you're walking underneath there because it's a sewer. But yes, access can be gained pretty much from any street that has been developed. Or specific buildings that might have access to the sewers for some reason.
So yeah, I mean, if everyone agrees with it, I think we should get some rest, and explore these aqueducts a bit more.
I've seem to have noticed that some of you might require medical attention. Have any of you seen a healer or a doctor when you guys got back?
No, I just need a good night's rest. And before we go rest, I turn to Felianthor, and Mage Hand goes to my chest. I am hurt by what you said.
Well, what did I say that hurt your feelings?
You said, yes, I know it's not exactly desirable, but I have found them to be quite handy at times.
You did say that.
Well, you're no city guard, but you are proving quite useful. I apologize for any offense.
Man, for some jobs you don't need the city guard. You actually need someone who's outside the city guard.
The city guard didn't save my brother
Does anyone here?
or stop any of this.
Neither did you.
Does anyone here know where to buy weapons?
At least we found the aqueducts where they could be hiding.
Okay.
What did the city guard do?
Is this actual arguing, or are you guys being
Yeah.
silly?
No, I'm actually arguing because he made
Okay.
the comment about the city guard.
I was not.
Oh.
Oh Lord. Okay.
Sorry.
So it is midday while all this is going on, literally like the afternoon. We can say, if you want to do this, you can wait the full day, have your full rest and everything, or you can tell me you want a full rest in 12 hours, and we can pick this up at midnight, and it'll count as having a long rest. Technically, we could pick it up
The,
at 10 o'clock at
vampires.
night because a long rest has to be 8 hours. But if you wanted to do anything else,
Well,
like buy a weapon,
see if I could make a suggestion. So you guys said that these things are found in the aqueducts. How is it DM? Is there? I assume the city was built and everything. They keep like records of
So-
structures, right?
very good question.
Mhm.
The city, quote unquote, because it is a big city at this point, but the tower existed.
Right.
And then a group of mages came and started studying the tower. And from there, over the course of a couple hundred years, a city sprang up around the tower and the mages
Okay.
who had gathered to study it.
Okay.
So everything aside from the shadows was meticulously planned out and featured and designed as if by mages.
Gotcha. Yeah, basically my idea is to see if we could find some sort of like map or layout of these aqueducts to help with any further expeditions down there.
There is a government and council building. I'm sure there is also a hall of record.
Excellent. Is this are these records available to the public, or is this like only certain people can look these up?
Well, you were appointed by the council, anyways.
That's fair. I'm just
So,
getting.
with a badge or proof of authority, you can infer that they would probably give you permission to, you know, peruse these files. However, you do not currently have one. You do not have a writ from the council. The person who has the badge and the writ is Felianthor.
Gotcha.
That being said, you have done jobs for a specific counselor, and perhaps with some finagling or whatever, you may have ins. You would have to activate your contacts ability, and we
Yeah.
would have to see.
Okay. I can certainly do that. I'm so the guy I work for, he didn't give me any kind of badge or any kind of proof of
No
authority or
connection
anything.
to him at all.
Wow. Oh, well, okay. No, that makes sense, I guess. All right. Well, then, how do I want to do this? Well,
You can
since
bring up the suggestion to the party and
yeah,
see
I will do
where
this.
that
So
goes.
I just kind of let the party know. So to make I suggest to make any further excursions to the aqueducts easier, because I assume we will all be returning to this location, correct? Or am I wrong in my assumption?
No, I mean, I think that would be the plan. Definitely want to go and try and find what is all down there, since we
Okay.
found a vampire spawn down there.
All right. Well then, Sir Felianthor, do you happen to have any kind of way to request, perhaps, documentation or basically, I guess what I'm trying to say is, we just basically need a map of this area that we're checking into. I'm sure with how meticulous these mages are with their records, they should all have something regarding the aqueducts.
Certainly, we can go and make a request to try and get a map before we head back down.
Because it's for me, it's just always a good idea to know basically the lay of the area before you get into it. You guys said you found kobolds and vampire spawn in there. It's very worrisome there.
How far under the street are the aqueducts?
So you squeezed into the initial entrance, which is about 8 to 9 feet above ground level, or I'm sorry, below ground level. It's a small little jump. Like, honestly, the only person that might have an issue with the height is Reese, but because of Reese's natural abilities and finesse, it's not a problem for them. But it's about 8 to 9 feet. It dips lower in places. In the larger rooms, it opens out, but the hallways, the sewer pathways, 8 to 9 feet.
And Ithel can see through doorways and stuff like that with his blind sight.
Sometimes.
Okay, sometimes. Never mind then.
I mean, if all the windows had like curtains on it and no door was open, then I wouldn't be able to. But if one of the doors is open, then yeah.
Yeah, blind sight is sometimes is the best way to describe it. Or if there's specific thrumming motion, I guess you would be able to hear or be able to see vibration. But I think that's
Handy.
no, that's more on tremor sense. There's factors that can give him extended sight. All right.
So theoretically, could Ithel walk around the town by all the sewer grates and kind of create his own map?
A map of the sewer pathways that run underneath buildings and stuff, so there'd be massive breakups. But yes,
It's a very this was voiced aloud, right, Eldon?
This was more player asking for
Oh, okay,
specification.
gotcha.
yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
there would be massive breaks in the information he could provide.
I thought my blind sight was more of like a vertical, not a sphere. So I couldn't like look down and see anything like underneath the ground, or I can't see anything really high up.
You can't
No,
see
because
through
Hmm.
things.
when you
can,
were flying on your hawk,
it's 60
Yeah.
foot down. You can see down.
Okay, I
But
can't
you
see
just
down.
can't see through
Uh-huh.
unless you can draw a line of sight to that specific site. So that's why barriers and walls can still block things. But if you're in, go ahead.
I just had another question for the party, but it can wait till you're
No,
done.
we've made this point before, so it's all
Okay.
good. Go ahead.
All right. So another thing I wanted to bring up. So I kind of look at each of the party members and just kind of go. I also would like to know what each of your I guess your what I'd call your specialties are. So unfortunately, no one really told me much about your party other than that it was led by Sir Philianthor here, and that it would be a very I'll just use polite terms here that you'd all be an odd bunch. But no one told me anyone's um, specializations or what everybody's talents are. If you wouldn't mind informing me.
Hiding.
Eldon.
All right.
And teleporting through shadows.
Okay, that's very good.
It's actually
But
a big one, yeah.
But if I fail, I take a lot of damage.
Oh, so it's a gamble every time you do the teleport. Understood.
Yep.
It's good to know. Very good to know. And then turn to the rabbit or the hare folk. And you, sir?
I step on my mage hand and it lifts me up in the air. It's like I can do a variety of things.
So you are a caster. Okay, that's
You say that, but you also see a massive halberd on his. Wait, what are you using?
oh, it's a
blade.
glide.
Carrying
Oh,
the
that's right.
trident.
Yeah. So. Oh, okay. Can I take like a good look at him, just kind of see if I can guess what sort of I guess you call it like what sort of fighting style or what sort of 'cause I could gather he's a
Polearm.
spellcaster, but he
Polearm.
seems to be some sort of polearm fighter.
But who's also carrying the tridents?
I'm not carrying the trident. I'm carrying the glaive. I think the trident was the other group, wasn't it?
No, you guys found the
you
trident.
guys grab the trident.
Talking fish or whatever. The Aquaman trident.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh
you want,
yeah. I am carrying that. I
Okay.
forgot about that
So
one.
yeah, you see a glaive and a trident sticking out from the back of this rabbit man who's now standing on top of a floating hand.
Okay. And can I get like just kind of a look at him to see if I can kind of somewhat grasp what he might be capable of?
Roll an insight.
Insight,
And Eldon,
alright.
you can counter roll to whatever you would like.
I got a 19.
It could be deception, it could
going
be
to
performance, it could be whatever you want. Yours could be an insight too. All right, Eldon. What does he gather from your sense of presence about your abilities? What
Yeah.
are you projecting?
I am projecting that I am a caster, but it's quite obvious because I have large weapons on me that I'm not afraid to get into the middle of into melee.
Okay. So my mental picture is some sort of like arcane fighter or Eldritch Knight type deal. Okay. So all right, with that I just out loud I just kind of go, so I take it you are a basically a half conventional fighter, half arcane caster of some sort, correct?
No, I'm a caster who understands the necessity of using weapons.
Okay.
But
All right.
I'm a caster first and foremost.
I see. Okay. And then do I know what Philianthor is? I think you mentioned Paladin DM, but I'm not sure if I heard right.
What you are told is he is a High Council personal guard.
Okay.
And I believe his rank is lieutenant in the Babylon Guard.
Philianthor did say I'm the paladin that's that's been in charge of this group.
Okay.
And there you go. I actually must have missed that part, but yes.
All right. And then and finally I turn to Ithilins and what do you do, sir? I understand you I heard you shape change.
Yeah. I mean, I can change shape here and there. I change into a mouse real quick, and then back into um my slime form. And I can
Yoga ball
also,
form.
yeah, and I can also, do this, and I, summon up a mage hand and tap him on the shoulder. Uh,
Okay,
other
so you
than
cast magic as well?
yeah, and then
Okay.
what is that one thing called? Uh, then I like bring out a slimy tendril from like the core and like imitate what my pseudopod attack would be like up close.
Okay.
A tentacle of a starscape protrudes from his slime body, the coloring of black grays and bright whites, as if looking on a star field.
Uh, takes me back to my childhood. um all right. Cool. So just kind of turned to Philianthor and goes, okay, so um probably good course of action. Then we get this we get like like say layout of the area. um are we looking for anyone in particular, or are we just going in there for reconnaissance? What is our mission statement, sir?
We have been trying to locate the group that has been attacking citizens. As for what form that group takes, whether it's a few members, whether it's an organization, we're not sure as of yet. Whatever we find is what we find.
Okay. So more or less what I've also been with, as well as I guess I'm kind of also here to keep an eye on everybody, just kind of make sure things don't get too um, chaotic.
Yeah. You're basically our chaperones.
Yeah.
You stab one dockhand and you get a chaperone. Freaking crazy, man.
Yeah. So what happened there? I'm hearing bits about dock hands, and it's like if I'm going to be part of this group, I would like to just add that I will not be partaking in anything I deem to be too. I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty, but I will not have the what do you call it? The full force of the law turned upon me, as it were. I'm currently in good relations with said powers.
I gotcha. Basically, we went to find the leads of like Ario's hanging out with a rough crowd, bad people, typical. I can take his form and mimic it. So pretended to be him. Went to a bar, found the people that he hanged out with. We had a conversation, and they were convinced that I was him, and they uh, took me to beat me up like they normally would of Ario, and that got interpreted as a fight. And yeah, we kind of interrogated them and then healed them back up after almost killing them in front of a crowd of people.
Okay. Well, and I'd like
Still worth
to.
it though. Made me feel good.
I would like
Extra
to
experience
determine.
points for Ithel for carrying the grudge. I enjoy it.
I would like to determine like how much of what he's saying is truth.
Roll an insight.
Insight.
And
Yeah.
Ithel, depending on the roll,
Got an
you-
18.
you can determine. Tell him, were you telling the truth or not?
No, absolutely. Not a single thing
Okay.
was a lie.
Okay. All right. That's definitely it paints a fuller picture than what I've been told. But then again, I don't expect after action reports to be 100% accurate. So there's that. Sorry you had to go through all that. But if I may add just kind of my 2 copper into this, I feel like that interaction probably could have gone better, but thank the gods it didn't go any worse.
You're probably not wrong.
All right. So, like I said, it is midday. I would like to know 2 things. That I already brought it up. Do you want to wait, take a 12 hours, which gives you a couple hours to do some things around town, and then a long rest, and then attempt to continue the sewer investigation, or would you like to wait a full day?
I vote we take the shorter, well, still a long rest, but the shorter time frame so we can go and retrieve a map and go explore the aqueducts while things are active.
So midnight. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I feel like the people who, me, Eldon, and Reese should probably take a little rest after exploring the aqueducts. And while we're doing that, you could retrieve the map if you want.
Okay,
Niggas
so
then we-
if you
sword.
choose no, if you what I'm saying is a long rest is
Mhm.
8 hours,
Okay.
right? If it's 12 right now, you have 12 hours until midnight, 8 hours and a few hours to do whatever you want. So,
Okay. No,
or you
that's
can
cool.
rest the entire day and start tomorrow
Mhm.
morning.
Yeah.
It's a time frame question is what I'm asking. Both ways you get a long rest because you all need it to get your new abilities, and some of you are hurt.
Well, and so I'll add kind of my thoughts in here. If we are indeed going after what we suspect are vampiric enemies, wouldn't it be best to wait until the morning when they are not active?
But how can we question them if they're sleeping?
We can obviously wake them up, but I agree. Like we should probably wait until the morning to go and adventure down, because any advantage we can take, if that vampire spawn is anything to go off of, any advantage that we have, we should utilize. We shouldn't just go in when they're at their strongest or fully aware.
Right. I mean, granted, it's not gonna matter in the Aqueducts. It's entirely the reason why they're probably using them. But I'd imagine their sleep, their sleep schedules or their rest schedules or whatever you want to call it for vampires. Actually, how much do I know about vampires, DM?
Roll a nature check.
Okay. Oof. Oh, okay. I'll take it. 19.
Man, you're rolling so high.
So there are a lot of rumors going around because people suspect these to be vampire attacks. So there's a lot of stuff going around town right now, like, oh, be sure to wear your garlic necklaces. Don't go out at night. Virgin blood will make you less appealing. But beyond these obviously nonsensical aspects, you know that they drink blood. They're incredibly strong and fast. They can affect people's mental state. And your dealings with the Fangless clan, they are quite prolific, would be a good word. Quite the presence of force.
Oh, okay. I'm just like prolific, but you mean like there's a decent population of them, basically.
For the Fangless, yes.
Oh, for the Fangless, yeah. Okay.
Those are the only vampires you've ever come into contact with, and they're obviously not your normal vampires. So.
Right. Okay.
Side note, the three who fought the vampire spawn did learn something. And if you don't remember what it was, those three can roll me a history check and I'll give them a hint. Or I'll give them the clue.
Wasn't it that they could like heal and like running water makes them weaker? Like so that they
Yes,
can heal
you
up?
learned the aspects of their regeneration. You learned that they do not regenerate while in running water. And you suspect from its visceral reaction that sunlight is not really healthy for them.
Yeah.
It's bad for the skin.
All right. So the intent is to do things today and continue the investigation tomorrow morning.
So
Can I get a consent from everybody who agrees with this?
Yep.
Yep.
Does anyone know where the blacksmith is?
We're getting there. All right. So, starting at the top of the order, Reese, what is your turn, or what is your intention for the day? Find a sword, correct?
So
All right, Eldon, what are you doing?
Making food because I haven't had anything good to eat.
Okay, so you're staying at Adventures Jump.
Yes.
All right,
Because we got out. We have all the groceries.
I'm going to get the map of the aqueducts.
Sounds good. Jurgen.
So quick question: how far away is my apartment from this place, this tavern?
So the tavern is pretty much directly in the middle of the Gateway District. You need to go to the other side of the Docks District where it borders the Shadows, the rougher part of town. So,
Gotcha.
while not incredibly far, not particularly close and safe. You can navigate fine enough, but
okay.
yeah.
I'm gonna turn to Ithel and just kind of go. So, I don't want to overstep my bounds here, but I was wondering, since you are the owner You are the owner of this tavern, yes?
Technically, Kanya is, which is my mother, but she's not.
Oh, how is
Present.
she? How is she doing?
I'm assuming she's still in her room. Can I
As
notice?
far as you know.
Well, I'm. Can I pick that up in my blind sight?
Her door
window
is
just open?
upstairs and
Mhm.
closed. Go ahead and roll me a perception. I'll give it to you. Yeah, go ahead and roll me a perception.
Okay.
It's quiet. There's not any movement that you can detect. There does seem to be a mound on the bed covered in blankets. You assume she's under there?
Okay. Yeah, I think she's still sleeping.
Well,
Now that's sus.
it's midday though. Well, okay. So then, do you want? So is she's still in? She's upstairs then. I take it, or she's in this place. Do you want to like? Do you think we should just go check on her, make sure she's actually okay? Like, I understand this. These latest events probably very hard on her. I can sympathize, but I think it would be in our best interest for one to check on her health, make sure she's okay, and if and also my idea, just to cut to the chase, was I just move my stuff and equipment here and just kind of um was wondering if I could use this place as kind of like a part of my area of operations, since my apartment is way down. It's over by the docks, not too far, but I figure for the sake of convenience, since I'll be working with everybody, if that's
We have-
okay. If that is a problem, then I don't mind just sticking to my apartment.
I don't believe we have like any space for a bunch of people to like move in.
You have you have your parents' room,
Mm-hmm.
you have Ario's room, you have facilities like a wash tub, waste bucket, or waste thing. There is a sewer system, so you can
yeah.
have a waste disposal mechanism, but I mean, you kind of serve that purpose too, regardless. And then you have your room, which is again been described more as a smaller closeted area, but plenty for
What
I
I need.
your needs. Yeah, you have shelves and you have belongings, but you don't really need a bed. So there's no space for a bed. You don't really need a desk or chair. So there's none of that normal type of furniture. You don't need a dresser. So it's mostly an open space with shelving, and again, it looks more like a closet.
Mm.
Okay,
Yeah.
I guess it was an assumption on my part, assuming it was like one of those. That's right. A tavern isn't always an inn, or isn't typically an inn. It's just a
Yeah.
bar. Gotcha.
It can be because it's even in the definition of a tavern, but it also can just be a bar. So.
Although the other upside too is just because the way my guy operates, he could definitely just slum it. Just find a nice like quiet corner and.
So, Jurgen, what is your intention for this day?
Well, I'll stick with like I say, after hearing that his like I say his mother's still bedridden. I suggest that we just kind of do a welfare check on her, make sure she's actually okay.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Like, I know this might be a bit difficult, but this is just make sure she's okay. And like I say, I'll come with you.
All right.
All right. Lead the way, sir.
Make my way upstairs. I was also going to like prep the boar a little bit, cutting off chunks, but after I throw that on, I make my way upstairs and
Okay, so go ahead. We could say you were starting to prep food. You and Eldon were prepping food
Mhm.
and cooking while all this conversation was going on.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Eldon and Ithil, or if one of you wants to have advantage as the other was assisting, are gonna do some cooking rolls. We're gonna see how things are turning out. So I recommend whoever. Hmm. Hmm. I will give each of you the options of rolling. If you choose to roll the same thing, one of you can have advantage on it. We'll do it like that. You can either roll Eldon, you can roll me a performance or a sleight of hand or survival. Ithil, you can roll me a history to try and just you know your family's recipes and
Yeah.
everything. You can roll me a performance or survival.
I'd
Like
like
I said,
I'd like to give Eldon advantage.
and
Mm.
Eldon, what thing are you
Evelyn is
choosing?
rolling performance.
Okay, go for it whenever you're ready.
Oh,
I
I
will
forgot to
also
select.
say one of Prestidigitation's features is you can make food taste like whatever you want
Yeah,
it to taste like.
exactly. Like, oh, amazing food. Yeah.
Make the pork taste like chocolate.
All
But that
right,
doesn't prevent you from
and
getting food poisoning if the pork's undercooked. You're just making it taste like it's amazing, I believe, right?
you can make it taste like whatever you want. It can also taste terrible
Yeah.
if you so choose. But regardless, with a performance check like that, you two are old hands in the kitchen, so to speak, and you get quite the nice fare prepared for lunch and eventually dinner
Nice.
throughout your time. At and then this whole conversation of checking on your mother comes up, and who I guess Ithil and Jurgen are doing it, so take it away.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, lead the way, Ithel.
Yeah. I slither my way up the stairs and use my mage hand to knock on the door.
With your blind sight, you're able to see the rustling of blankets on the bed, but no response comes from the room.
I whispered to Ithel. It's like, well, I mean, you gonna say something?
It's only how long has it been? Like day
2 days.
wise, 2 days.
2 days.
I mean, it's only been 2 days since she lost her son. I don't
Uh,
expect her to be able to recover extremely quickly.
I, I understand. We should at the very least make sure she can eat, or
Yeah.
just
I
like
Kanya, do you want some pork that we made?
Thought it was shark.
Oh, shark.
well, they also
Well,
got boar. Then
Yeah,
it
yeah,
was
boar
yeah,
and
boar
shark.
and shark.
Yep.
But regardless, no, you can hear no response. But Ithil, in your mind, you clearly hear her voice saying that she is in mourning and not to worry about her right now, but please uh, take care of Adventure's Jump. She will be fine with a bit of time. You recognize this as your mother's sending spell and can respond in kind.
Okay, but I We'll be here for you if you need me.
Do you say this out loud or with the spell?
With the spell, and
Okay.
we found some clues, and I'm making good progress to catching these bastards.
You almost catch whispers behind the door, but moments later, you get a message. And again, in her voice, devoid of emotion, in terms of the sound of her voice, but
Mhm.
the weight and feelings behind the spell that the spell invokes are just massive. And she says, vengeance will not bring him back, nor will it make the pain fade. Just make sure they don't continue to do this to families.
I will. I send back and I turn to Jorgen and all right,
Who's
she'll be okay.
there with? I just look at the door and then.
Oh, sorry,
Okay.
Sean. I can't hear what you're saying. Is
Yeah,
anyone else
Jorgen.
catching what he's saying?
Yeah, it looks like my internet connection's breaking up here. Am I roboting?
Not
A
anymore.
little bit. Not right now, though. Go ahead. Say what you're
Okay.
saying.
I just kind of glance at the door, and then just kind of glance at him, and I just kind of go, I'm sorry. Did I? I just kind of whisper, I'm sorry. Did I miss something? Because I heard you knock. You said something out loud, and then I just saw you. You were just standing in front of the door.
Yeah. She told me she'll be okay, and we don't have anything to worry about. I believe her.
All right. So,
Okay.
Jurgen, I'm gonna ask you again. What are your intentions for the fucking day?
Sorry. I'll because I don't have very much gold anyway, so I can't exactly go shopping or anything crazy. So what I could do, um, okay. So I just ask Ithel. So I don't know. Do you think it'll be all right if I just I don't know, hang out with you guys for the night then, just for the sake of convenience?
Yeah, I mean that's fine. I
All
don't
right.
really mind.
All right.
Perfect. And then Ithil, what are your intentions for the day?
Well, after making um prepping meals, I guess I'm gonna ask Eldon if he wants to go around and scope out the sewage vents a little bit, just in case Felianther doesn't procure a map of
Okay.
the
So how much
aqueduct.
food are you making? Are you making enough food to stay open to open the tavern, or was it just for the
Uh,
group?
it was enough to basically start to stay open after like I don't know. It depending on how long the food would last for, because I wouldn't want to make enough food to like stay open if I know that it's gonna go bad beforehand, because I want to
No,
so
you have an awareness of that internally because you've
mm-hmm.
worked this restaurant for 20 years. So yeah, you can determine that, and you can determine that you didn't overspend or your food won't spoil. We're not going to worry about that. My
Okay.
question is, are we going to have a tavern scene where you're running a business? Are you opening for the evening type deal?
Uh,
And if
hmm.
that's the
Yeah.
case,
Yeah.
okay, cool. So if that's the case, we got a thing. All right. So, uh, to that point, uh, you are going to be recruiting or attempting to recruit Eldon to assist you with that. You just said Jurgen sticking around.
I'll,
We have
I'll help
Reese who
it.
wants to go shopping, and Felianthor who has an errand to run as well. So we have two groups basically: Felianthor and Reese, and everyone else at Adventures Jump, who at any given time can go off and do something.
Excuse me.
Ithel, are you opening for the evening? Are you opening for lunch? What are your plans?
I mean, Adventure Stump would normally open for lunch, so yeah, I'd probably start there.
Okay, so you are prepping for the lunch crew. Elda, what are you doing?
I'm. So, Ithel, can I look at those stones that was inside the vampire?
Yeah, sure. I just take them out of my body and hand them to him.
And Jurgen's hanging around.
Yeah, I would.
Hold on.
s-
Hold on one second. So Felianthra and Reese.
Yeah.
Do you guys wait for lunch, like to eat and, wait for lunch?
I want to
I'll
get it over
let
with.
you have a short rest, or do you want to go out into town immediately?
I can't use any more hit dice. I used them all already.
So no short rest.
Don't matter anyway.
All right. So then
might as well
Felianthor.
have lunch.
All right. So going in
I
after
mean,
the lunch.
can I use?
Who said what? Can somebody do what?
Oh, oh no, it's Ithel that's going with me, not Reese, right?
No,
No,
I
it's
am.
Reese.
not
It's
going.
the little demon. Little demon and the town guard. Well,
So can I just, if she's still dying, because I originally thought we were going to take a rest, but if she's still like visibly dying in front of me,
Yup.
can I just heal her at this point?
I don't
if
think I
you
can.
so choose, that's up to you.
Can I do that? Or is that just outside?
That's just when you're completely exposed.
Okay.
You're inside.
Okay. I can actually heal. Great.
But yeah, Felianthor, you can use your abilities however you so choose.
Okay, then I'm going to use Lay on Hands, and I need to remember how much that heals.
I think it's 5 times your paladin level. So I think 20.
So 15. Well, I'm still
You-
3 at this point,
Oh,
right?
you're still
You are
we don't
3 currently.
level till
Oh,
the
you're
rest.
Everyone is still 3. You guys
Oh,
haven't
you're
had a long
right.
rest.
You're right. It is still 3.
And you're choosing not to have a long rest
Yeah.
until the nighttime. So alright, so do you use
So-
all hit points?
Yes, because she looks like she's like a stiff breeze away from dying, so I use my entire
Not
healing
that
pool on her.
bad.
It's not
but
that
damn
bad.
it.
It's pretty bad.
So go ahead, Reese. Go ahead and heal up 15 as Felianthor lays his hands upon you. And holy energies wash over you.
Don't like
At
that.
first, it's like really burny, but then it starts to cool out, and you feel your wounds knitting back together.
Oh, that's unpleasant.
All right. So lunch comes, and pork cutlet sandwiches, some fried veggies, everything tasting phenomenally. And who is serving customers and making the sales, so to speak? Who is the restaurant staff as people come in to eat? We're going to do some luck rolls to see how much money you guys make.
Eldon, do you want to try your hand at being a waiter?
Sure, and I'll hold up my mage hand.
And I'll tend the bar. Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to make myself available for help in terms of like I don't know if you guys need me to go and fetch stuff from like storage or whatever. Not a people person type of guy, so probably won't be doing the waiter stuff.
Yeah, that's fine. You can just hang out at the bar, and I can let you know if I need anything from the storage.
And how much are these pork cutlet sandwiches or whatever?
Standard fare of a sandwich and a beer, 5 copper pieces.
Okay. So, yeah. I'll like I might spend some money, partake just not only to get some shape, but of course this will help out the tavern in its own way as well. So two birds, one
Alright.
stone, and all that.
So yeah, you are more than welcome to purchase your own. That is fine. We will add an additional 5 coppers at the end of this. All
Alright.
right. Time to roll some dice. First, we are going to do how many customers came in for lunch. Go ahead and Ithil, you can have this one. Roll 100-siders.
How many? One?
Just one. We're doing percentiles. So
Alright.
just roll 100-sided dice.
43.
Okay. Moderately busy. So moderately busy converted into this setting. Okay. So over the course of the lunch hour, go ahead and roll a d3. We'll just do it easy. 33% chance.
A 3.
All right, so nothing of note happens, and you have a standard lunch session. Early on, Felianthor and Reese end up leaving to go do their errands, and the rest of you continued working on, and you ended up serving 20 people. 20 people at 5 coppers a piece comes out to 100 coppers, 10 so 10 silver total. And now, Eldon, roll me that charisma check. And you can tell me how you augment it. This is going to determine how much in tips you got while serving. You can augment it however you want within your abilities. And we'll
Okay.
see how much that affects the DC for the roll.
First, I'm gonna cast Prestidigitation, and I'm gonna have nice, gentle music going for the day.
Casting this every 6 seconds. Okay.
Oh, it's every 6 seconds. Oh, never mind.
Is
That's
it?
it's way too much. Yeah, it's
Give me-
up to an hour for duration.
Oh, okay. So you can only have so many parts of prestidigitation active at a given point. I believe it's
I know.
3. So okay. So go ahead. You have music playing.
I have music playing, and then all the food that I'm bringing out to each customer will be like, "We've done something special with this today. I hope that you enjoy it." And I'm gonna make the food taste, depending on like if they're ordering a sandwich, it's gonna have like the meat is nice and like that fresh deli cut meat that everyone loves, and the bread tastes nice and fresh and fluffy.
You're not you're magically altering it, correct? You're not using your D-dust?
Correct. I'm magically altering, not using the D dust.
Alright, you're not drugging people.
Oh,
Good.
come on.
Good.
Why not?
The thought went through my head. I was like, no. We have two people who did not like the fact we bought drugs.
Have you ever seen the Elmo meme of him like sitting next to fruit and then sitting up next to like a pile of like flour or cocaine and just just thinking of that.
I haven't,
Like
but I
darn.
see where it's going.
Just like fruit or drugs. Mmm.
And then of course using my mage hand anytime there's an order up to help me carry the plates to the table.
So who's making? So someone has to be making the sandwiches and orders. Is that you, Jurgen, or Jurgen?
I mean, yeah, I can definitely assist with that if they need more people to help with sandwiches. I
All right.
can't
So you two
coordinate.
roll me a performance check, or so
I'll
go ahead
Lord.
and roll me a performance check to see how much you are going to affect this, because the food coming out the food was prepared, but the plating and putting the sandwiches together and stuff. This is the job you're trying to perform.
All right, here we go. Oof.
Mm. So while the sandwiches don't look like
Advantage?
much, no. So while the sandwiches don't look like much, Ithil, your spark and flare. I'm sorry, Eldon. Well, yeah, Ithil, you notice how the sandwiches are looking coming out, but you're busy serving beers and whatnot. You can give me a performance check if at some point you want to take over the plating.
No, I'll stay
But
at the bar, like
okay,
tend the bar and all.
so but Eldon, you also realize how the food looks, so you're saying you do a little something special, and you're making it taste great regardless. It already tastes good because of your cooking, you guys' cooking, but you're also making it smell good and taste better. So, and with the presentation of serving with the mage hand, go ahead and roll me your performance check to determine how many tips you are making. That's your total, isn't it?
That is
That's my total.
Yeah, that's
That was
unfortunate.
so close to a natural one.
You your combined efforts for tips lowered the DC by 2 down to 10. But that's a sad roll, Eldon. Um so roll me a D6. So while the food tasted great and the service seemingly adequate, you are only capable of making 4 copper in tips. So at the end of your lunch, the till now has 104 copper in it. This is considered profit because you spent less than this. I think you spent less than 10 silver in the food that you bought, anyways,
Yeah.
didn't you?
Yeah,
So
I got a
there
good
is
deal.
profit to this, but your rolls so far did not help.
Those were sad rolls.
All right. So that's what you guys are doing for the lunch rush. We'll say that goes into the evening to afternoon, and then we can talk about dinner. Reese and Felianthor, what is your plan?
I
You have mentioned 2 chores or 2
well,
tasks.
I forgot your name.
Elianthor.
No, not out of character. In character, I forgot his name.
My name is Felianthor.
Oh, thanks. I'll try not to forget it again. Anyway, you should probably not leave me, or I might get attacked.
That works out well. One of my secondary directives is to watch over you, after all.
Thanks. To the to the blacksmith so I can finally get my short sword.
So this conversation point is brought up to you, Valianther, and you know a gear outfitter that sells blades. Uh, and he has a pretty good reputation as he services the blades and stuff for the guard. In fact, uh, you go there yourself when you need your blade honed. So it's no problem to get there.
So okay, so let's go and see about your blade first, and then we will make our way to the archives.
So you make your way to a store called Arn's Tempered Steels. Uh, it is a nondescript building with a stoneworked storefront and a empty counter. But through the back door and going outside to behind the area, you hear the ever-present ringing of anvil hitting steel in a almost staccato beat, as if multiple hammers are at work.
Yeah.
Hello, is there anyone here that can help us?
One of the hammers falls silent, and a stout dwarven female, sweat bristling her brow, walks into the storefront, removing leather gloves uh, from her hands as she does so, and pulling goggles up to rest on her forehead. And she says, "Can I help you? What are you looking for today?"
I need a short sword.
She steps on a stool or something behind the countertop to be able to see over it, and she looks down at you. "Ah, a blade for the little one. Very well.
Visibly happy that
Do you have
she's
an
not
order
offended
in?"
by my presence.
"What?
I said I'm visibly happy that she's not immediately offended by my presence.
Okay. Do you have an order then?"
Yeah.
"Alright, what's your order number?"
Oh, no, I don't have an order. Oh, God. I'm not good at this. I didn't order anything yet.
"Ah, would you like to place an order? A
Yeah.
blade built
Yeah.
finely for your personal use.
Yeah.
And you have the coin for such a commission?"
I probably don't. I don't know.
Do you have
She's
anything on hand that might suit her?
Well, we have the standard guard issue. Not, the finest of quality or craftsmanship, but it gets the job done. And it does come with Arn's maintenance fees included. At no additional charge.
Let's go. How much is it?
I think short swords are like 5 gold, right? I want to say it's like 5 gold. I'm just gonna verify real quick. Give me a second.
Alright, even if it is, I have 9 gold.
Yes, that tells me what it is. It does not tell me how much it costs.
Should be able to look it up on equipment, I think.
10 gold.
God
swords
dang
are
it!
10
I'm
gold.
literally 2 silver short. Are you kidding me? I'm going.
Oof.
So Reese, she gives you the price and
Haggle.
shows you a fine honed blade. Nothing special, but it is a short sword. I believe it comes out to 10 gold then.
I bang my head on the counter.
Oh, dearie, don't do that. You'll hurt the counter.
I am literally 2 silver short.
You do hear this, Felianthor.
I will loan the demon child 2 silver. Give her the blade.
Reese, do you hand over the money?
Yeah.
Okay.
Finally.
You may add a short sword to your inventory.
I will now make 1d8 or 1d6.
It's 1d6.
1d6.
Here,
Well,
I can add. I can make the macro for your
I'm already
character.
doing it.
Okay.
Dex, no proficiency, no strength.
You definitely have proficiency.
I can't
Yeah,
use it
you're
if
a rogue.
it's offhand.
You
I'm
have
offhanding.
proficiency.
Oh
It's offhand.
no, you get to add your proficiency in the offhand. You do not get to add your dexterity in attacker damage.
Oh, okay, so I add the proficiency, not dex. Okay, there we go.
Correct.
Slashing. Yeah.
I think it's only just the damage you don't add the dex, but you still add your dex to the to hit.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You just don't get a damage bonus.
You're right.
Okay, but yeah, regardless, you don't get the damage. Either way, you can set it up how you want. However, if you, it doesn't matter. You do what you want. I don't care how you keep
Done.
your sheep. So, with that done, do you guys head to the
Indeed.
council district, the council building, to inquire about maps and building records?
It work. Yes. I'm now
Yes.
shielding myself under Felianthor cause the tower hurty.
Yep, Felianthor, you do notice out in the radiance where you feel comfortable. It seems the small demonoid feels terrible.
May
I
not
think I'm
come
okay
to
with that.
May not come to a surprise. Yeah, no radiance.
Alright. Roll this real quick. So you make it to the council building, fine. And upon inquiring about sewer maps, you are directed to the Biblioplex, which is a combination of campus, Grand Academy Library, and record keeping. So not a wizard's, but a magic user's college, library, and record keeping complex. You gain entrance fairly easy at the campus gates by flashing your badge, Felianthor. But upon approaching a domed glass and crystalline structure, which is for the most part transparent on the outer walls, and you can peer in to see endless books, basically scrolls and tapestries. The door, you don't know how to get into this place. It looks like a snow globe, basically, but inside the snow globe, a massive library. And you are on the Grand Academy grounds.
I knock on the dome hard enough to to make a loud noise, but not to actually try to break it. And I shout out to see if there's anyone nearby that might be able to help.
What do you shout?
Hello, is there anyone manning the library? Hello,
So
council
doom,
business.
doom, doom. As your knocking reverberates, it's almost as if a ripple on water spreads from it, and a shimmering entrance is created, as if also rippling out of the body of water, and they swing open. And there's a sense of movement, of motion, but you didn't move or intend to move. However, you seem to be in a slightly different location where a door is open and there is a desk with what appears to be 3 librarians carefully scanning books, shuffling books away behind a help desk, so to speak.
Hello, I am Felianthor, Lieutenant of the Guards. I am on a mission by the High Council which requires me to navigate the aqueducts. I'm hoping you might have some blueprints from when they were built.
One of the librarians looks up, and go ahead and give me a perception check.
Kidding me, another racist? Can I also make a perception check?
You sure can. The feeling of motion without moving, Reese,
Awesome.
reminded you of teleporting through your shadows. Very similar like effect.
Mmm.
Okay. She seems to glide across the floor, more graceful than you initially think, but you can't quite pick out why. And she pulls up in front of you, Felianthor. Do you have any documentation to prove your claims?
Do I still have the magic contract that everybody signed
You have a
originally
writ.
with the?
You have a writ from the High Council, and you have your badge of rank, I believe it's called, or insignia of rank, whatever it's called on your sheet.
Oh, yeah, it is called insignia of rank. So I show her the insignia and the writ.
Very well, these seem to be in order. Claudia, see if you can find anything on the construction and building of the aqueduct system and any potential recent activity noticed by city workers.
Recent.
Please, we will gather the information you have requested. You are feel free to wait in our chambers. And she points over to an area where it's just an empty area with some wooden chairs and benches.
Very well. We appreciate your assistance in this matter, ma'am.
Oh, you are most welcome. Please. And she motions you to take your space. Reese, you have a shiny new short sword, and as you have time to inspect it, you notice it is quite fine in craftsmanship. There are no seam marks, so it wasn't folded or forged from mold. And the wood seems to be exquisite, as well as the leather, almost as if the blade was made with perfect ingredients, perfect materials. While adequate, not quite masterwork level, but quite fine. And just side note, it catches your eye. And you guys wait for a while. Wait for a little bit longer. And a little bit longer. Eventually, another librarian, the one you heard referred to as Claudia, stands before you and tells you, "Please, we have prepared a study hall. If you follow me, all the materials have been gathered."
I follow her.
I attempt to follow as well.
Okay. And you guys are directed into a small chamber with a table and a few chairs. And what lay on top of it is a pile of books, charts, rolled up mat, like
Hmm.
a lot, a massive stack of materials.
While we're studying, I want to tell
Ah.
Thor about first they explain the trap, then explain the kobolds that I had to murder, then explain that it's a huge maze. I only
Okay,
explored 2 rooms. And the
so
flashbang.
okay. Ooh, that leads into it, and that will help you here. So when you mention the flashbang and the kobolds, I want you to tell me specifically what you tell him about the kobolds.
Oh boy.
This is a memory test from our last session.
Ha.
I described them as a particular way multiple times.
Yup, they had tool belts on like they were working on something. I'm pretty sure a bunch of them had tools on them, and then there was one leader one, which I don't think he had anything on him. I think he had armor and like weapons. He had a bunch of magic items that kobolds should definitely not have.
And so yeah, that'll help. That definitely gives you the point bonus. Do you give him any information about? And I'm gonna take a look because I don't remember the actual room number. I think it was like 13 or something.
See, 13 was so I crossed it off. It was
Yeah, it was
15 and 13.
Correct.
13,
You are correct. So, can you remember what I said about that tiny room connected to 13? It looked like a closet type area where stuff was
Yeah.
stored.
Yes, the little closet. When you mean the area I said we should short rest in here so we don't die? That.
Uh huh.
Yeah, I don't remember much. I just remember the closet part.
All right. So you're not gonna get the bonus points for knowing that it was It seemed to have been recently carved out. But you mentioned that they were workers. You mentioned that they were tinkering, and it seems like they were set to a purpose. So, with that in mind, you both can either roll investigations as you dig through this pile of information, or one of you can have advantage. Reese, due to your helpful information, you have lowered the DC of the challenge.
Okay, what is your +2 investigation?
I think it's 5.
Then
Or
I'll
no,
roll.
is it my int?
It's int.
No, it's on your character sheet. It's one of the skills. I can look real quick, Philianthor.
Investigation is intelligence. And do you have proficiency in investigation?
Alright, so Philianthor, you
I
are
think I
proficient
have
in investigation,
proficiency.
and it is in 5. So you
Alright.
have a +5 to the roll.
Yeah, I help him.
Alright, so Philianthor, go ahead and make an investigation roll. You have advantage because of Reese, and the DC was lowered.
Natural 20. Yes!
Alright, so yeah. You quickly start separating the information as you and Reese are combing through it, and you're primarily focusing on the market district because that's where you intend to enter, as that's where all this seems to be. All the events that you know of seem to have been happening. And you're able to locate a map. It's a little bit disjointed, and you have to take like this part from here and this part from here as it is layered. As it turns out, it is a 3-level multiplex underneath the city. But yes, you are able to find this information. You are able to gather that City Works has recently filed complaints about the dangers lurking in the sewers recently, and that there are quests out by the Adventurers Guild to clear them of rodents of unusual size, kobold war parties, which is, and in the reports they're called war parties. But then you read on and it looks like they're workers doing something. That these are all in the worker reports. That different pathways have been blocked and holes in the walls have been dug. You had no idea that this was going on for whatever reason. But it looks like it was left to the Adventurers Guild to handle these incursions, and no reports on the second or third level have been generated because no city workers have gone down there in quite some time due to the dangerous conditions. As to what other information are you looking to gather? Let me ask you that.
Layout.
Because you have your map, you have interesting report that shit's going down. What else are you looking to gather?
Possible trap location so I don't run into another gas trap.
In the different reports that you read about strange happenings, you do come across a couple references of traps of kobold design being placed at various places, but nothing in the building and setup of the aqueducts is officially. Is there any mention that there are defense systems in place down there? So you can reason that the traps are not the city's design. Of the
Okay.
city's design.
If we still have time before we have to go back and actually do the long rest, I want to go bring Felianthor to the trap at the, literally at the entrance of the aqueduct and show him it.
Okay, Felianthor, do you have any more information that you would like to acquire from this studying session?
Well, I would just like to see what's in the most recent reports, how people are describing what they're running into, and whether or not there's been any updates from the adventurers on clearing this out, or if it's too recent.
Okay, so specifically, there's a report of 5 giant rats attacking a work crew. Both goblins and kobolds have been spotted and harassing work crews. Beyond that, nothing beyond the first level of the aqueducts is known. So yeah, you have reports of work crews being attacked by giant rats, goblins, and kobolds.
Okay. Well, then
As for
I
reports from the
take
Adventurers Guild,
yeah.
you would have to check with the Adventurers Guild.
Then I think that we're good to go. Our map has it marked, right, where we can go down to the second level.
Yes, and your team knows 2 other entrances. Are you guys on the map page right now?
Right.
Yeah.
I am.
All right. So any space that goes off the board is an entrance into the sewers that you can access, that you know of.
Mm.
Awesome, awesome.
So, and now that you have a generalized map, not all these places are the same on your map as it is on the physical dungeon scroll that I have out, but any of the side entrances is somewhere you can egress into. This is the initial place where you got where the 3 started. This V right here was a dugout hole that goes into a back alleyway that they were able to egress out of.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, all points of ingress
Okay.
are the spots that lead off the side of the map.
All right. I'm gonna start.
All right,
going.
so Reese, you said you wanted to do what? You wanted to show Felianthor the trap.
Yeah, the trap that's literally right there.
Well, I mean, it activated and detonated.
Oh, so
You can
there's
show him
nothing
the
there
spot
anymore.
that. I mean,
I
there
show
might
him
be a
the-
few small pieces of something, but it was a gas trap, and you triggered the gas.
Okay, yeah. So I go. I
You might find
point
like
to
an
the-
empty bladder or something that
Yeah.
held the gas initially.
Yeah, I show him the where it was. Literally, like I took one step in and took max damage.
This is true. I rolled really well.
If I didn't just elemental scales, I would have like got knocked unconscious at least more than once during that.
All right.
Are there any reports of workers' deaths recently? While I mean, people are going down in here,
Oh!
right?
Oh,
we
and I
have
show 'em the
reports of
closet,
people
too.
coming back.
So wait, Reese. You are now officially going into the sewers. That is your intent, and you run off.
No, I said I want to show him the sewers. The closet that right here.
That yes, which is 2 rooms into the
Oh,
the
yeah, you're
area.
right. You're right. I
If
shouldn't
you
do that.
want to do this, we can do it, but it's you two alone.
Oh, yeah, that's
So
reroll encounter table. All right, yeah, no. Let's wait for the rest of them and then do that.
okay.
But first,
so before heading
investigation.
back, there's nothing to investigate. I gave you what there's there.
I sniff the floor.
Roll me an investigation. Go ahead.
There's no way. If I get a freaking crit, I'm gonna lose it. Oh my god.
So Reese, in
Yeah.
the sewer, with sewage running down the center of the pathway, like I described previously,
Yup.
you get on the floor and you sniff it. It smells like shit.
Great. Great.
'Cause, again,
That was worth
you're
it.
in a sewer.
That was worth it. Alright, time to go long rest.
Alright, so, Felianthor, any other stops that you want to make before going back to Adventure's Rest? Or Adventure's Jump?
No, I think I'm ready to return to the tavern and drop off the little demon child who sticks her nose where she shouldn't.
I get a good shower now.
And so you make it back. It is now approaching evening time at Adventure's Jump. And Ithil, you know about 5 o'clock people are going to start walking in hoping for dinner fare. What are you making tonight?
I think we're gonna try.
And who's
out that-
assisting you with what?
Eldon, if you don't mind, we seem to make a pretty good duo when it comes to prepping and creating some food. So let's think about making some of that shark as the sandwiches tonight.
So
What, shark fin stew?
sandwiches for food? Or for dinner?
Or oh yeah, that's actually better. Good one. A shark stew. Yeah.
Okay. Shark
Oh.
stew, and you got some fresh baked bread, whatever's
Mhm.
left over from the lunch hour for the lunch rush. Or,
Also, just a little bit of a question, like how difficult would it be to upgrade this building into an actual inn to add rooms and like another story?
I'd imagine it'd be quite spendy considering you're
Mhm.
having to expand
I know, yeah. Like, what would be the
So,
cost of that, or?
like, there is a roof.
Mm-hmm.
There is a roof. You have a roof. Um, Go ahead and describe Adventures Jump to me. Because currently it's a 2-story building with a few bedrooms on top and then an inn on the bottom floor. And then I'm assuming you have a cellar for storing food and barrels of beer and stuff that we already talked about because you had to bring the
Yep.
beer upstairs. So,
Yeah.
aside from that, take some artistic license here and tell us what Adventures Jump is like. Tell us the interior. Oh, and above the mantle, there's a picture of your father, your mother, and an older gentleman.
Okay.
Bring that up. Ithel, go ahead and give me a perception check. Because I had you do this when you initially came in, but you spent a lot more time in here now.
Okay.
What'd you get?
18.
Ah, shit. I didn't mean Ithel. I meant Eldon.
Oh.
Eldon,
okay.
I had you roll a perception check when you walked in here before, but now you spent enough time in here. There we go. Eldon,
Well.
what was the name of the man who gave you a book that one time?
Oh, it's in my background, isn't it?
It is. That gentleman is the third person in the portrait above the fireplace.
Macaneeve.
So, aside from that deep detail, Ithil, describe Adventures Jump.
Unlike the other tavern that we visited that was looking run down as in the interior and all, the tables and the chairs are like this pure stained cherry oak, um like cherry stain oak finish, and all the glasses that are lined up to pour drinks in are yeah, glasses. uh
High
they're
quality stuff, basically.
yeah, they're polished to look sparkling, and it doesn't have an overly raunchy beer smell, or like, that bar type of smell. It's more of a just a it feels homely, and it's like kind of visiting your grandma's home in a way.
So the floors are polished, shiny, and clean. The furniture is warm and inviting. And this is a place that people gather to feel welcome and have good home cooked style food and enjoy a drink or two.
Yeah.
Is that the kind of vibe I'm getting?
Yeah.
All right. So, the exterior of the building, tell me, what's its shape? Is it like a square? Is it a cube? What's your roof size? What's your roof shape?
It would be like the like a basically a square, and the roof would be like a triangle, with the where it's a slanted roof, um, kind of deal. And
Okay.
there's a decent amount of windows.
So, no room to build up on top of. But so I'm getting back to answering your question about expanding.
Hmm.
But perhaps if you were able to generate enough funds to maybe buy out the building next to you,
Mm-hmm.
as I mentioned, it most of the buildings are blocked out and that were designed to be a certain way. So you share walls with neighbors. Go ahead, Ithil, and roll me a d9, and we will see what business type next door is.
3.
Oh, funnily enough, You live next to a bakery.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
So, from this point on, we can assume you get your daily baked bread from your neighbor.
Jeez. All right.
Just a
That's
mild
just
case of amnesia.
well, that's just coincidental. But yes, when the idea of expanding Adventures Jump comes to mind, go ahead. You know what? Go ahead and roll me another d9, and we'll see what's on the other side of you. 2.
3.
Maybe it's the same bakery. I don't know. Maybe your kitty corner somehow.
How did
Tell
I
you
roll
what.
3 twice with a D9?
We'll
Jeez.
we'll say you have a corner spot right on the
Okay.
street. It's good for attracting business, and you get the most signage out. So you have a corner spot,
Mhm.
and behind you, basically, or on the next side in, on the one side, there is a bakery, and on your other side becomes a cross street. So there's no one else there.
All right.
So only one bakery. So you can't build out that way either. So yeah, if you wanted to expand the building, unless maybe you dig out the cellar deeper, but that might cause other issues.
That does sound like a cool idea, though. Having like an underground type of inn situation.
You're not sure you can expand. You would probably have to procure the bakery and like break down some walls or something. So
Alright.
you're not sure. It would be costly, definitely.
Gotcha.
But I believe everyone except Eldon and Reese have permanent accommodations of their own. So there's that. Now, go ahead. You're making shark stew.
Mhm.
How are you want? Same rules apply for rolling. Actually, but because you're using a more unique ingredient, the DC is going to be slightly higher. And because it's dinner time as opposed to lunch, you want it to be slightly fancier, is a good way. Hearty, you know.
Yeah.
Better presentation. So, you and Eldon are cooking. Uh, you have the option to do the same thing. I believe you last time gave Eldon the help action for his performance.
Yeah. That's all I'll do this time as well.
Okay, before we get to that, Ithel, my good friend, I completely forgot. Here's the 3 gold from the kobolds and some 12 silver that we got from them. I'll give Reese his when he gets back.
3 gold. Okay. Thank you. And 12 silver.
What
Gotcha.
happened with the 104 copper? Where did that end up?
I transferred it into silver.
I'm talking about the 104 copper you guys got for your lunch session.
Oh,
The restaurant money.
I thought that was still in the till.
Yes, where is that being tracked is what I'm asking.
Okay.
Leave it to our bookkeeper.
Would you guys like a sheet for Adventures Jump? The Adventures Jump
Yes.
money
Sure.
bag, whatever? I don't know what you want to call it. Handout. Jump bookkeeping. You can also keep track of any items stored here at the place as opposed to on your person. So I'm gonna go ahead and put it in everybody's journal. Do we want to have one person able to edit it or everybody able to edit it?
I think everyone. That way we can, though we can say that we leave items there.
Okay. So this Adventures Jump bookkeeping. This is now your party ledger, basically, for stuff you are not currently carrying.
All right.
Everyone should have it. Can you see it?
Yep.
Oh, Adventures Jump thingy? Yeah.
Yep,
Good.
I see it.
Alright. So, Eldon, did you make
Perfect.
your rolls?
Not yet.
I made one
Alright.
edit, and now it's perfect.
Oh. Advantage didn't
Well-
really help.
It didn't really help, but you did succeed in the DC, so that is fine. Alright. The food is made. What are the jobs? Reese and Felianthor, you are making it back during the time for dinner prep. So, who's doing
Other
what
people?
for the dinner services into the
After-
evening time?
How many
After
people are in the
seeing-
tavern?
Right now, just the group, just the party. You're not
Yeah.
open yet.
Okay, then I'm not hiding under a table.
Okay,
Af-
good to know.
After seeing the plating from lunch, I decide to do the plating.
All right, so you are in the kitchen preparing the bowls and filling the orders for service. Who is the server?
Did you enjoy serving, Eldon? Do you want to do it again?
Yes, it was quite enjoyable. I'll do it again. Reese can help me.
All right.
Yeah, sure.
Do you realize that's interacting with customers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very well.
Doesn't seem like I have a
You can do it.
choice. It's just like Eldon's grabbing my collar out from like pulling me out from under the table. Oh no, no, she's helping.
All right.
I'm not
Who's
doing that.
bartending?
No.
Who's bartending?
What are you buying?
We have Jurgen and Felianthor left. Who's bartending?
Just trying to think of what I can do to assist. Again, I don't have very people skills.
You're breaking up again, Sean.
Microphone, dang it. Hold on. I just wait for it to settle. Okay, so what I was trying to say is that I don't have very much in the way of people skills, but I'm I can make myself handy in whichever way.
All right. So my question was, Jurgen and Felianthor are left. Bartending is the primary task left. Who's doing it?
I never done it before. I might as well. I could try my hand at it.
Okay, Jurgen.
How well I do.
Felianthor, do you plan on assisting the restaurant or hang back to do something else?
Unless there's a need, my intention was just to eat and yeah, that was it.
Oh, that's also right. Ithil, did you charge the party to eat earlier? Because if so, certain people owe you 5 copper.
I already paid it.
Yeah. Yeah, I charged him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully,
So,
Felianthor
who
isn't
ate
a loan
lunch?
shark.
I did, and like I say, I paid the 5 copper.
Alright, so
I thought
everyone
I
settle
thought
up.
we got shift. I thought we got shift meals.
Shift meals?
Yeah.
What do you
Oh.
mean?
What he's referring to is I know in some establishments the employees get either a discount on their lunches or they get in some nicer places their employees get free meals.
Okay.
This has
Me
never come
personally-
up, Ithil, because everyone who usually
Yeah.
works here lives here.
Me
Yeah.
personally, I did not mind paying for my lunch. I figured I had the money for it. I was hungry, and you know, you guys are trying to run your business, so
Yeah, I never thought about that. My bad. Next time, I guess you can eat on the house.
Why, thank you. See, Reese, this is why you need
I
to be a
will just
worker.
And I'm in debt.
y-
No, I gave you 3
I
gold
give them the
and
silver for lunch and dinner.
Sorry, what
You
was that,
did how much?
Felianthor?
Oh, I said I gave over a silver for lunch and dinner. A little offended that they would charge a guard, but you know, whatever.
I love it. Perfect.
Don
And then-
notices a fence on him as he gives me the silver.
If he wasn't trying to hide it, then yes.
Yeah.
All right, and Eldon, how much money did you give Reese?
gave Reese same as what I gave Ithel. 3 gold and 12 silver. I say, I completely forgot, and then I was wondering where you were at, and you said you were out shopping. I was like, oh, I never gave him the gold from the kobolds. Sorry if it caused any problems.
oof.
So we're
That's
gonna move
toward-
on from there, it seems. Eldon, between dinner and lunch and dinner, you mentioned about asking Ithil about the stones.
Yes.
What about the stones?
I would like to inspect them and then possibly look through one to see if I can see the clarity or see if I see anything through it.
Yeah, you can do that.
All right, Eldon. So I'm gonna have you do a 3-stage challenge. The first is investigation. How well are you examining these stones?
18, so pretty good.
Very well. Okay, so let me reiterate. The only two people who are not here for this particular instance is Reese and Felianthor, and I'm assuming, Eldon, that you are doing this in the open and not trying to be secretive?
Correct.
So, Jurgen and Ithil, you are aware of this, and you can participate if you so choose. However, until that time comes, or if it comes, I'm going to continue with Eldon. If you want to interject and add value, basically, go for it. All right, Eldon, so you get a pretty good look. And upon inspection, you notice the stone are actually crystalline. They're dark amber color. And while foggy and the clarity is not great, you're able to see what you only can describe as writing on the inside of these crystals. No exterior carving. In fact, they look pretty rough. They're not like shorn clean and faceted, but you're able to, when holding up to light, make out runic script. With your special eyes and abilities, it's no written language. It seems to be words and equations. Go ahead and roll me an Arcana.
Dang.
Nat 20.
Yeah, definitely. So you pretty much recognize this as basically a components for a particular school of magic. Uh, the runic scripts seem to be magical equation, and the effect that they seem to be imbibing is of the enchantment school of magic.
Ithel, come check this out.
Okay. What do you find out?
So these crystals, they're imbued with an enchantment type spell. You can see the runic writing inside if you hold it to the right light perfectly.
Huh.
And your
That's
third
interesting.
challenge of this series, go ahead and roll me a history check before you continue with the roleplay. I'm not trying to interrupt, but let's get the challenge out of the way real quick.
I was hoping the roleplay would help me to get Ithel involved with the
Yeah.
third challenge.
Well, I will give everyone, or I will give both of you the actual history roll for this because you were both there.
Okay.
But yes, yeah, history is the final part of the challenge.
I think my history is really good.
Bummer. My history's bad, so only 11.
You did better than me. I got a 6.
My history is at least a +1.
But you are not there for this particular
Yeah.
scene, Reese.
Yeah, I know.
So go ahead and continue with your roleplay, because I'll let you know if it comes into effect.
Do you know anything about this particular script? Because I don't.
Uh, I'm sure we've had a couple people come in that have known about it. We get a couple adventures, but like enchantments aren't really something I've delved in myself.
I remember the crystals in the wall down in the aqueducts, and I'm
Yeah,
wondering if these are connected somehow.
they were definitely a little bit strange. Those
Well,
crystals.
yeah, and
Like,
you
what
know,
other
it's
purpose would they have being embedded into the wall? And like, they had to have had some type of purpose.
Quick interjection. There was one red ruby-like stone embedded in the end of that hallway,
And then two
and
into
those
that
stones
statue.
matched a statue. Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. These do not look like those stones. These are an amber.
oh, okay.
These look like they're one of the crystals that you can grow in your closet type deal, you know? Like the magic crystals science kit from when you're a kid.
Okay.
Never had one of
Uh,
those. But
hmm?
yeah.
Yeah, but
Doesn't
you
think
you
it's
get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like they're muddy, ugly crystals, basically.
Mhm.
But upon your inspection and your arcana, you were able to determine there's spell script inside of them.
Maybe.
But they do not look like the ones that you
Yeah.
were referring to a minute ago.
Maybe it was controlling the spawn into like being able to follow orders or something like that. It would be best to take it to someone that specializes in enchantment magic, but I don't know. Would I have known from hearsay throughout running the tavern for 20 years? Like, would I, you know,
Well, you know there's a Grand Academy.
uh
You
huh.
know that the Grand Academy of Mages specialize in all forms of magic, and none is forbidden for study, while some is forbidden in practice. That being said,
Okay.
enchantment is one of the primary schools of magic. So yes, there's a whole enchantment course of study at the Grand Mage Academy.
Yeah, it would be probably best to take it to the Enchantment Academy and try and find a professor that would be willing to look it over, as it were.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. I'll give him to Philianthor. He has some pull in this town.
Yeah.
At this point, we could say Felianthor and Reese return
Yeah.
just before you guys start breaking into your positions for the dinner clientele. Before we end this scene and go to the dinner scene, does anyone want to do anything else?
Uh,
I'm gonna.
asking people for help with talking to people without having a panic attack.
Um, it's not my best area of expertise. I know how to get along with people, but as far as smooth talking or any kind of, I'd say the silver tongue in our group, or silver tongues probably be either Ithil or maybe Eldon. Although Phalanthor has authority, so there's that too.
Okay.
Reese, you don't. Reese, you don't have to be a server if you don't want to.
I'll
I just
probably
thought,
pass out.
well, if you don't want to be a server, you don't have to. I just figured it'd be a way for you to try to get over your, uh, whatever's going on
I'll
with the hiding
try.
under the table.
I'll try.
Well,
It's up to you.
Think of it this way: you are interacting with us. You know, it's just a matter of taking steps to get to a point where you can interact with um, unfamiliar people. Um, I just got here, and you seem to be doing okay talking to me, I suppose. So at least there's improvement there. So I think you could do it.
I'm only okay with
If
it
need,
because everyone else is here.
if need be, you can go. You can go help serve beer behind the bar. That way, you can hide behind the bar.
Eh,
I could use an extra set of hands.
I'm just gonna
Oh, and
constantly roll wisdom saves.
That
and
is fine. Oh, go ahead.
And Felianthor, we found these amber crystals inside the vampire. They have enchantment magic on them, and we don't know what it is doing with the enchantment magic. So we figured you might know a place to go to figure that out.
And this is where the history check comes in. Unfortunately, no one remembered exactly how the crystals were embedded in the vampire spawn.
Really?
Yeah,
Huh.
you
They were
guys
embedded
both
in the
rolled
chest.
histories.
Even
You guys
though I
both rolled
know.
histories.
Yeah. Huh. Well.
They were
That
embedded.
it was the final part of the crystalline challenge, and it requires a history check.
Hmm.
So Ithil does not quite remember how the crystals were positioned in
You
the vampire.
usually like say if you don't remember it, then you need to roll a history if the
I
player
agree.
doesn't remember.
I agree. This is just specifically part of this challenge is all. It was a 3-check challenge.
Okay,
That's-
I take
I
the
heard something
crystals
somewhere.
and I will find someone that I know that might be able to tell us more.
You were saying that or asking the question?
Oh, I was telling him that's what I was going to do.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay. That works.
And so the scene shifts to customers coming in and interacting.
Here we go.
All right. So we're gonna do this I'm gonna tell you initially because after a while you notice it. Reese seems to have an aura
Yup.
that makes people uncomfortable and sometimes downright hostile
Yup. My aura
when they are in their presence.
I do not regret my aura at all. I absolutely love it.
Ithil, Eldon, and specifically Felianthor, uh, go ahead and roll me perception checks with advantage to see if you can spot this relatively obvious
Oh,
uh
be really funny if he crit failed.
issue.
Just like crit fails, he forgets how to open his eyes for about 5 minutes.
Ithil being in the
Fun.
service industry and knowing how things work, you definitely spot it out pretty quickly before it can impact much of the customer base.
Yup.
We're just waiting on Eldon real quick, who is working the front of the house while Ithil is in the back area cooking. With advantage.
Rolls a crit. Ooh.
Alright, so Eldon, you notice pretty quickly, probably after the first or second customer, that Reese's presence is significantly harming the mood and vibe. Not because of her actions, but because of the unease her presence seems to cause in
I just keep rolling intimidation checks and
people.
I'm not trying to be intimidating.
Hey,
Pretty
Reese.
much.
Yep,
Reese,
so
maybe you should
6.
Ithel in the kitchen.
I got a 6, DM.
Oh, I saw it. I'm aware of what's happening.
And this is the second part. Okay.
Why is he rolling?
I'm funny. Because I don't talk to people.
Reese has some background flaws that
That I
are
absolutely
happening,
adore.
and some character features that are negative for social interactions.
Yep.
And that is where the beginning part of the challenge for selling food and getting tips is coming into play. That's why I'm doing it in this order. So,
Where is it? Ah, my
Reese,
fear chart.
you're not seen so much as scary or evil. Your
Ooh, don't have
effect
anything for this
with
yet.
an intimidation of 6 seems to be more of disgust.
Ew, that nasty. Uh.
So, what you say next will determine the negative impact your presence has had so far.
What I say?
What you say next as a player, not you as a character. Your actions going forward is going to determine how much of an impact you're about to have. So,
I'm
that's all
doing
I'm
what
giving you.
Ithel said, and if possible, if he's not doing anything, I'm keeping him with me.
Ithel, so you're going to the kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah, if
Perfect.
well, I'm trying to take orders like someone told me to, but if anyone's free at all, I keep them with me.
Well, Eldon was telling you something just a moment ago.
Yeah, I forgot.
Okay, go
It
ahead and
was-
pick it up, you guys. You can take it from here.
It was exactly what just happened. I said, "Hey, Reese, maybe you should go help Ithel in the kitchen."
Oh, then yeah, I'm gonna go help Ithel in the kitchen.
All
Good call.
right, there we go. So, Ithel, you have advantage. You for this, you can roll because Reese can help. You can roll performance, history, or survival, and this is the portion of plating the food and making it look good.
Bummer.
Nah, 15. 15 makes the check. All right. We will head over to the bar, Jurgen.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and roll me persuasion, performance, or base charisma. No, persuasion, performance, sleight of hand, or for this particular, base charisma.
Okay, so persuasion, performance, or sleight of hand or base charisma. I'll do sleight of hand since that's one of my
Okay.
better.
How
Nice.
and you're
21.
able to keep up with the drink orders, make them come out. Your pours are nice and even, and you don't even leave smudges on the glassware.
Here and there, I'm like maybe flipping a glass or something.
If
Oh,
you
no.
so choose.
I do a backflip.
Elden. Elden. Performance. Base dexterity. And I guess sleight of hand or arcana for you if you're using your mage hand.
I'm going with performance.
Okay.
17.
What does Eldon's story thing do?
It triggers every once in a while if a particular situation reminds him of a story he heard from a certain time or once a long time ago or whatever. A story from his past or book. And it may give him insight or clarity into by drawing parallels with that story and the particular situation. So he can find different bonuses from like, oh, in this story, they picked the lock like this. So he might have an additional bonus or clue that a given situation triggers. If he rolls, I believe, a 9 or a 10 on a 10-sided die.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. What's it called, Eldon? Like, from the stories or something like that?
Just like the stories.
Just like in the stories. Yeah. But anyways, now it did not trigger at basic service industry task. However, the challenges were succeeded, and because it is your establishment, Ithil, go ahead and roll me 100-siders to see how busy you guys got.
Alright.
And what are you charging for your shark do
Since it's instead of
dinners?
the standard 5 copper, I'm gonna go with like a. Since it's an exotic, I would say I'm gonna go with 10 copper for
So a
mold.
silver piece.
Yeah.
Okay. You are bumping up the difficulty slightly of the challenge. So you are going from 3 successes to 2 successes. However, that being said, you're still clear the challenge and are on the beneficial side of not popularity roll, but customer roll. So again, go ahead and roll 100-siders.
I rolled a 88.
Oh, you did? It has not popped up for me.
Huh.
Well, roll 20 servers, like I've spoken before, can be slow. So 88 is fantastic. Go ahead and roll me a d20.
Okay. 13.
Right. So 13 customers were serviced and paid in full or 13 parties, I guess, were serviced and paid in full. Eldon, go ahead and roll me a d12.
3.
And I'll. Should I? No. So you got 5 copper in terms of tips throughout the night. 5 copper worth in terms of tips throughout the night. The increased price of the meal kind of threw some people off. So there was that. But 13 silver pieces and 5 5 copper pieces. Not a bad night considering this is the first night you have been open in a couple days. In fact, Ithil, this is a pretty standard night take for a full night's worth of service, and you only had 13 customers today. So
Excellent.
honestly, that's good. And again, most importantly for running a business, a lot of this was profit.
Yep.
Ithil, go ahead and roll me a charisma check. We're gonna see if the reputation of Adventures Jump has increased. And if we're
19.
yes, that will do it. People left enjoying the meal and the atmosphere. And it's about 9-10 o'clock as customers are the final customers are leaving, and you're getting ready to close for the evening. Everyone roll perception checks. You know what? We're gonna say, in fact, it's actually midnight, because I
Yuck,
like the symmetry
perception.
better. Yep, you both hear it. Jurgen, you hear it.
I don't hear it.
Reese, you're not
Correct.
paying attention to it too much. You're more
I'm too
washing
busy
dishes.
backflipping.
Backflipping while washing dishes.
Yep.
No.
Time to make a.
And Eldon, you're busy counting coins.
At least I could
but
backflip good.
Sure. Everyone hears an unfortunately recently familiar sound of alarm bells throughout the town.
What is that? Reese doesn't know about that.
Yeah, notice anything else?
Uh,
Or
Who's that?
Yeah.
Ithil?
with the
No,
22.
it's you hear the alarm bells sounding off, and you start to hear the running sounds of what could only be the town guards as they seem to be heading to the dock. Or not the docks specifically, the dock district. Let me clarify.
Okay. I think I hear guards running to the dock district.
Yeah,
Maybe something happened.
I hear the alarm as well. I think we should go take a look. Let's get the others.
Yeah.
Ithil, where's your strong box
My strong box?
Yeah,
For
where you
your-
keep your money.
for your daily earnings?
Oh yeah, good point. Probably in the cellar, I would imagine.
Wherever
want me to
wanna
take it
have
down
your
there?
safe.
Yeah, I'd like it would be in the cellar and like hidden type of deal.
Well, here you
So-
go.
1 gold, 3 silver, 5 copper.
Okay.
Sheesh.
That goes in the adventures jump bookkeeping, right?
So that's actually quite a decent little turning for the average citizen. Just saying.
Yeah.
Because that
Turning-
averages to about 2 to 3 gold a day, depending on how well you do throughout the day. And that's a significant daily living expense type situation going on. It's a profitable business.
Excellent. We're finally I'm having some reassured hope that the business isn't gonna go crashing down.
Yeah, just takes
Yeah.
a bit of honest work, and yeah, you guys will do. You guys will do
It
all
was
right.
a good night, Ithil, and you definitely noticed how much the additional help impacted sales and customer satisfaction. It crosses your mind that you might actually have to pay these people at some point, but you'll get there when you get there.
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you all run after what the guards seem to
Um,
be going towards? Is that a
yeah,
consensus?
I personally
Well,
would.
hold on. Reese, you
Yes.
have. Okay. Eldon?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, what are you
Philianthor.
talking about?
Heading after to heading towards the docks district, after what the guards outside were seen running towards.
Okay, but did we get our long rest or not yet?
Not yet. You chose to
Oh.
do things, and it is midnight that night.
How close to long rest are we at?
You haven't rested at all.
I'm fine. I don't need a rest at all yet.
I mean, whoever wants to can take the benefits of a short rest, but I don't think that actually matters for anyone at this point.
Unless I get my extra hit dice right now, then no.
Yeah. So Felianthor.
Oh, I'm chasing the guards.
Okay,
No, my
Jurgen.
buddies gotta chase them.
I will I guess follow to kind of to assist.
Has it
All right,
been a
Ithil.
day
For what?
for elemental scales?
No.
Okay.
Wait. Yeah. No, because again, you had gotten.
Doesn't say a
Back at
rest. It
the
just says once per day. So I don't know if rest.
So
is
that
needed.
means it refreshes in the morning
Okay.
when you're attuning your magical thing.
Okay, so I need a long rest. Got it.
Correct. Yeah, you need a long rest. It doesn't matter when that long rest happens, but it recharges on a rest. Yes, correct. Okay, so you guys get to the docks area, and the guards have encircled a crime scene off.
Okay.
In the back alley behind a known dive bar at this point to you guys, the Shepherd's Bath. As you approach, you all can make out 3 what you assume to be bodies lying on the ground
Oh my god.
behind an alley.
Sorry. Are you
Okay.
kidding me again?
I'm
This is the third
gonna
time this
go
week.
ahead. I'm gonna go ahead
And it's only
turn-
Monday.
Shh. Trying to
You're
hear.
fine. You're fine to do that. I am gonna turn this over to Felianthor, as he's the one with the insignia and relationship to the guards. But feel free. How do you guys approach?
Behind Felianthor. Like, right behind Felianthor.
I'll be at a respectful distance because I'm not part of the town guard or anything, but I will kind of I'll see if I can get a good look at the bodies or at least at the crime scene.
Are you insinuating you are with Felianthor, or are you trying to do this by yourself?
I mean, I'll be with Felianthor.
Okay.
I am on hockey, flying around in my slime form. Just go.
So you're about 60 feet up in the air, basically.
Sure.
Okay. Just so you can see what's on the ground and
Yep.
you're not readily noticeable in the dark night. Got it. And then Eldon.
I am with Felianthor.
Sounds good. So we'll start with you, Ithil, because good use of the ability, and you're unobstructed because you're unobstructed. Yes, you clearly see with your blind sight 3 bodies slumped in an alley, unmoving, and a couple guards standing over them, poking and prodding every once in a while to take a look at something. They seem to be focusing around the neck region. Last time you saw these 3 particular bodies, one was unconscious, one was crying, and the other was screaming from, I believe, a broken arm from your
Okay.
interrogation last night.
Yeah.
This is
So-
Bob, Tim, and give me a second. Bob, Tim, and Eric. And from your vantage point, give me a perception check. Or an investigation if you so choose. But either or.
22 for investigation.
You notice, from maybe due to the acuity of your sight, blind sight, or the recent events having you hyper focused on subjects, each of them sports puncture marks. All right.
Okay.
So, Felianthor and group associating with Felianthor. How do you approach the guards, and what do you role play how you're gaining access to the scene, basically?
Okay.
Well, I'm walking straight up. I have my insignia in hand and I say, "Halt! What's going on here? I'm a lieutenant of the guards. Why is the alarm bell ringing? What's happened?"
So, one of the town guards that is making the somewhat blockade. Ah, Lieutenant, yes. It seems there was another attack. 3 bodies this time. We have secured the scene. Are the rest of these? And then noticing the rabbit man, the demon, and a shady looking warrior of some sort. With, I guess, a hunter more than anything because of the longbow and everything, and the
Yeah,
double
it's like I don't
quiver.
look that shady. Like I don't look like a criminal. I just look, I don't know, like I'm wearing leather armor.
You look like an adventurer. Is
Yeah.
what you look like,
Works
and
for me.
that has its own connotations in this town.
That's fair.
But that being said, are the rest of these with you, sir?
Yeah, so these are my companions on council business. Did anyone see anything? Who's in charge of the scene?
I believe it would be Guardsman Tanner, sir. He's right over there with the bodies. And as far as witnesses, it was Guardsman Tanner's patrol that came across him in the alleyway.
Very good.
Go ahead.
Go see Guardsman Tanner.
All right, so you walk up. Specific things about this morning's interactions, Felianthor. As you walk closer, you recognize the bodies as the 3 men from last night. You know for a fact they were alive. Someone complained. They had to complain, and someone else had to complain on their behalf. Otherwise, that report would never have reached the council. So, as of this morning, as you're pretty positive these 3 gentlemen were alive. I'm giving you that insight into your interpretation of the events, okay? Whether you choose to use it or not, that's up to you. But you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I get what
Okay. So,
Guardsman
you
Tanner,
were there.
I-
Hold on, I'm
Lieutenant
sorry. The
Felianthor.
only person that wasn't there was Ithil and Reese because they went to the shadows. But Felianthor and Eldon. Guardsman Tanner is the same guardsman who started appearing to be shady when the topic of D-Dust came up yesterday. Was it yesterday? No, day before yesterday, the first day.
Okay. Guardsman Tanner, it's interesting to see you out and about again. What can you tell me about what happened here?
Well, it seems there's another attack has happened. I stumbled across them on our patrols and sounded the alarms when they were found.
May I turn to Phelianthor and ask him something?
I mean, you do what you want.
I turn to Phelianthor and can I take a gander at the bodies, sir? I'm fairly see what I can find.
I motion him forward for Tanner to see, and I point at the bodies and allow him pass to look them over.
And yeah, basically, I just look at the bodies. I figure, like say they're hunger wounds, in the neck. I want to determine if they were caused by bites, if there's any other signs of struggle. Determine if it was man or beast that did it.
You can roll a nature or survival check. Or I'm sorry, an investigation or survival check.
Perfect.
Reese and Eldon, you're there as well. Ithil,
Okay.
you're flying above.
You want me to roll survival?
If it depends on what you're doing in the scene. Do you want to start investigating the bodies as well?
Yes.
Okay, you can then roll either survival
Oh wait,
or
actually,
investigation.
can I look out the area? Look, like, make sure no one's coming.
There's a blockade.
There's a blockade of guards like saying nothing to see here, move along, but it's also midnight. So most of the onlookers are coming from the entranceway of the Shepherd's Bath, and then you have looky-loos poking through the tree line privacy trees that go out to the open back area of the Shepherd's Bath, if you recall the layout.
Alright, I'll investigate bodies. Watch me roll a nat 1. Okay.
Alright, so your investigation, Reese.
They're bodies.
Do you?
You rolled
I got-
survival. So
I got
Oh.
a question.
Yeah, well, my investigation is better. Oh, thought it was just survival. Too late now.
yeah, okay. So question from who?
A question from me to the DM. So when you do skill checks, are you doing fumbles, or are you just doing add, like add your proficiencies and whatnot?
I mean, if you fumble something, it's bad. What are you asking? I'm
Like-
not sure what your question is.
It's because like I say, I've only played at some tables regarding D&D. I know some people do. If you do a skill check, a nat 1. I mean, it's going to be a low number regardless, but some people do like a nat 1 equals, and then they pull like a random something or whatever. Others do just add the modifier. And
So okay, I see what
that's
you're
it.
saying. So normally how I do it, nat 1s on skill checks and stuff is just a failure. And then I'll probably do something to make the failure humorous, but it's
Mm.
usually not detrimental to the situation more than just a standard failure.
So
Same
even
thing with
if,
the nat 20 on skill checks.
Okay.
It's a success, and then in certain cases when there are degrees of success, that helps. But if like the second degree of success is 25 and you rolled a nat 20 and got a 24, you did not actually meet the second tier of success.
Oh, okay. So if I roll, say, a nat 1, but I get, like, for whatever reason, just theoretically a plus
12.
15. Yeah.
Yes. And you're above the success marker, it would still count as a success. But
Okay.
again, I'd probably add something humorous to make it look foolish, but still work.
Okay.
Type
Okay.
situation. Good question.
Sounds good.
I didn't hear that last part. You started breaking up.
Oh, I said sounds good.
Oh, okay. Eldon, what are you doing?
Walking up to Guardman Tanner, Well, 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 we meet again. Isn't this a coincidence?
His eyes look to you, and then dismissively he looks back to Felianthor.
Crack.
I'll look at Felianthor. Well, question him.
Guardsman
Elton, roll me
Tanner,
an
we
intimidation.
just saw you. Oh,
22.
You noticeably see Guardsman Tanner get a bit more agitated as his integrity seems to be called into question. We're gonna hold it right there. Jurgen and Reese, as you're looking over the body,
Mhm.
and we'll tie this in with Ithil too, because again, you're aware of it from your 22 from a minute ago. The puncture wounds seem to be just 2 punctures and no other teeth marks or indentations around the bites. Ithil, you recall the same thing on Ario's body, and Calgon mentioning that this is odd for a vampire attack because when they feed and are hungry, they tend to rip the flesh around the puncture marks as well, increasing the blood flow while also making it slightly messy and some waste, but a faster feeding. This
Hmm.
seems to be more surgical. All right.
And I. Sorry, can I relay the information or I wait till?
You're breaking up really bad. I didn't catch what that was.
Sorry. I was asking if I could relay this information or if I should wait till appropriate.
That is up to you. It seems
Alright.
that Eldon and Felianthor are talking to Guardsman Tanner while you're looking at this. Ithil, you're not sure where he's at. He flew off. A bird flew out of the sky and carried him away. That was the last time you saw Ithil. And it's dark outside, so you know. Well, I guess you have dark vision, so if you're able to spot him, maybe you saw Ithil flying off towards the docks. But currently, you're not quite sure where Ithil is.
Mm.
And then Reese seems to be smelling the bodies or something. You're not sure.
guys, their
But
bodies.
all right. So,
They're dead.
Eldon, your intimidation definitely seems to have an effect on Guardsman Tanner. Felianthor,
Oh,
Eldon
dang it,
just
I
told
should've
you to
literally
question
stood
him.
right next to Eldon, and just my presence would have scared the crap out of him.
Felianthor, Eldon just told you, well, question him. And we are in those interactions now. Go for it.
Guardsman Tanner, I'm concerned that I'm seeing you once again in an area with a corpse. Not only that, but in an entirely different region. Why are you patrolling the market one day and the next you're supposedly running patrols in the middle of the night down shady alleys out at the docks? Where is your partner? What are you doing? Explain yourself to me,
Orders.
son.
I patrol where I'm told, and I'm not associated with any other bodies. I don't know what you're talking about. These are the first bodies I found. Warily looking back and forth. What are you implying?
I'm implying that this doesn't add up, and I want an adequate explanation as to what you've been up to.
Just doing my job, earning a living. What do you want to know?
So if I
Why
speak
I'm
to your
working
ship
here when I
commander,
was working last night or
yeah,
yesterday? I don't make the schedule. I just go where I'm told.
who told you you were working day shift in the market and the night shift out here? I want a name so I can speak with them and verify what you're telling me.
I'm gonna allow you to roll an insight check, Eldon and Felianthor. Right now, if you so choose.
Am I
Uh,
too far up above this guy to hear that conversation?
roll me a perception.
Is so I have proficiency.
So yeah, it's
Everyone.
already added. That's why you rolled a 2 and you added +3 to it. So
18.
you, Felianthor, you're trusting this guy at his word right now. He's a guardsman, and while you have suspicions, you are taking him at his word. That's what that roll gives you. Eldon, he's being shifty, but you haven't been able to spot quite. You haven't been able to spot the lie, so to speak.
Mm.
Ithil, with that perception, you focus in on the conversation and can, in fact, make an insight check of your own.
Excellent. Nat 20, 22.
So, while you are getting a better view of the area, you're taking little swoops and you see everything with blind sight. It's a 360 spherical awareness. And you're able to pick up the sweat on his brow, the quickening of his pace. Half this man has so far have been lies.
You're cut.
All right,
Okay.
and we get on to his response. Captain Harkle, I think, wrote out this week's guard rotation. But who moved me? I couldn't tell you. I just go where I'm ordered.
Yeah. I want to swoop down to Felianthor when that comes around.
You may do so.
Yeah. Just come over here for a minute. I need to tell you something.
So a ghostly hawk swoops down out of the sky, and a yoga ball sized slime enters the scene. Quite the entrance.
Yeah.
I wave all the guards down who are suddenly startled by this slime out of nowhere. I say, "He's with me. He's with me." And I go over and I see what Ithil wants.
And now's not the time to show off.
I want to make sure I'm a fair distance away from any of the guards in an earshot, especially Tanner.
Yeah.
He is. I noticed from up above that he is sweating profusely and his heartbeat's raised. He is whatever, during that conversation, he's definitely lying about something. I wouldn't waste your time going to verify with the captain. We need to get him alone and question him without other eyes.
Um, I mean, I just believe this guy completely because I'm a horrible judge of character,
No,
right?
you believe him at his word of what he was telling you. You already have your doubts. I'm not changing your frame of mind. I'm saying while he was speaking to you, you did not pick up any hints of lying in that thing. I'm not saying to dissuade any perception or instincts or intuition that tells you this guy is shady. I'm saying you did not pick up his lying. That is it.
Okay, okay. Then I take what Ithil said into consideration. And I go back to Tanner and I ask him if he wouldn't mind coming to speak with us privately.
What's this about? I have a report to write. I can't just abandon the scene. I found the scene.
Son,
Starts
we
looking
have some
hectic.
questions for you. The bodies aren't getting any deader. I think you should come and speak with us.
Alright, so I'm gonna pause the scene here. For two things. One, does anyone need a hydration or bio break before we continue? We've been going for
I
about
need to-
3 hours.
I need to take a bio break.
Alright. So
Yeah, I gotta get up
let's
for
go
a minute.
ahead and do that for like 5 minutes, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So do what you need to do. I'm actually not gonna go anywhere, so
Okay.
I'll still be
Alright.
online. Anyone have any questions or ideas for character stuff that we haven't gotten to today?
Nah, I'm good. I'm assuming we still haven't leveled up, so I'm not going to be able to use
You
my 2 new
haven't
spells.
leveled up in the sense, yeah, that you haven't gotten your things. So the two options were, do you open up basically for the day and do other things, and then be ready for, I don't know what that means. Be ready for the night, the evening's encounter? And like, did you come across this happening in the sewers basically? Or were you planning on resting at night and starting in the morning? So either way, either choice. Honestly though, I thought you guys would just rest at the soonest available opportunity to get your access to the stuff.
Well, there's no fun in that. We got to run a tavern.
I mean, it's not the quickest way to make money in the world, but it's a profitable one. You definitely
Still there, or
I'm
did
still
I
here.
lose? Oh, okay. Just got really
Was
quiet.
there a question or something? I didn't.
No, I just got really quiet, and I was like, no one's talking. I'm not sure if I got disconnected.
Oh no, I'm typing something out.
I'm back.
You know what's really annoying about getting a new phone when you've had one for so long? I didn't realize that they completely changed the chargers to where it doesn't even have a normal USB on the other side.
Nope.
Mm,
Yeah, it's
talking about the
all
Type
of them are
3.
USB 3 now. Yeah, it's annoying,
It
but
fucking
they're
pissed
really
me
fast.
off. It
They are
pissed me
really
off.
fast.
Their charging's extremely fast, and also some of the cables come with like a little attachment. Also, you can get a USB-C cable, a USB-C to USB.
Yeah.
It just costs like $3.
I I know. It's just I ordered my phone. I was like, oh, it doesn't come with the charger, and I figured that meant it didn't come with the charging cable at all. So when
Mm.
I saw the charging cable, I was like, oh, well, I can't use it anyway. It has both sides, so I then ordered another USB charging with the plug-in,
Yeah.
and it came, and I was like, oh, I can just plug it into my. Oh, I can't plug it into my this little outlet adapter I have that has USB plugs in it because they're USB plugs.
Mm-hmm.
I have to use the actual plug-in, and I'm like, this is annoying.
You should just get a power bank that has USB-C and USB. I love power banks.
That's probably what I ended up getting in my room. Out in the living room, I just have I got a little wireless charger. I'm like, fuck it, I'm just gonna use this now.
That works too. I like wireless charging.
But the good news is because I got a new phone instead of one that's 6 years old, my battery's actually lasting all day.
Same.
I think Karen's gonna try to steal the
Okay,
mini.
And yeah, probably.
Well, I couldn't drive it home today because I need the hand
No.
controls.
Yeah, exactly. No hand controls.
And we're both on the highway. All of a sudden, she takes off with the turbocharged mini we just bought, and I'm like, "Where the hell are you going?" And then I got stuck behind a bunch of people doing like 55 on the highway, and I'm like, "What the hell?" By the time I got up to 65, she was already long gone.
Oh.
Got home, was like, "You like driving that, don't you?" Because she ended up catching the ferry before I did, so I had to wait an hour and a half for the next ferry. And of course,
I'm
there's
listening still.
And of course, there's just the
Just
phrase that
talking.
she sent me a text message asking, "Hey, I think we should hold off putting the hand controls in the mini until you actually start working. Are you okay with that?" And I'm like, I'd like to get used to driving the mini, so not really." And then her next message was, "Okay, we'll just wait till next weekend to put the hand controls on." I'm like, "Oh, you want to drive the mini?"
Is she in the living room right now?
No.
Oh.
I can't find any invocations I actually really like, so I think I'm just gonna go with Devil's Sight.
What now?
Devil Sight.
Can't find any invocations that I like from either the homebrew that actually I think are good utilitarian for the way I'm playing my character. So I figured Devil Sight.
Devil Sight's always good. You can see through magical darkness too.
What is Devil Sight exactly?
It's dark vision, but you can also see through magical darkness.
So it's like Blindsight in a way?
No.
No.
It's just would be nice for my character because I don't have dark vision already.
Mm-hmm.
And then of
That'd be
course
really
I
good.
can also see through magical darkness, which I can get the darkness spell when I want.
Is that like a
Mm.
cantrip or?
No, it's a second level spell.
Ooh. How long does it last for when you cast it?
I don't know. I think
Yeah, I don't
it's
remember. It might be 10 minutes or it might be an hour. I believe
better
it
be
is a
an hour.
concentration spell though.
I believe it is too.
Isn't there a feat that you can take that like it's a lot harder for you to break your concentration when you get attacked or something like that? I was, like,
When you
looking
take
up feats.
damage, you can drop.
Yeah, like when
you.
you take. Yeah,
Yeah.
but there's like a feat that lets you have a higher chance of not dropping your damage. I mean, your
Battle
concentration.
Warcast. No, was it Warcast? No, it's
Warcaster or something?
Battlecaster.
I think
I
it's
think it's actually
Spellcaster.
Warcaster, but you get advantage on it, and Warcaster also allows you when you get an attack of opportunity, you can cast a spell instead.
Mm,
Yeah, it's pretty good.
yeah.
Oh, it lasts for 10 minutes.
Yeah, so I was
Ah,
right.
that's good. Damn. 10 minutes isn't a lot. I mean, it's a lot in a combat, but like,
Yeah, 10 minutes in a combat is 100 rounds.
yeah.
That's
So,
quite a bit. However, aside from you two, it would literally drastically inhibit everyone else. But you two would be good.
I think Eldon's kind of fallen into the frontline fighter position, so
Did somebody say something? Because I didn't catch
yeah,
up.
why would it inhibit them?
Oh, so darkness, magical darkness, normal dark vision doesn't see through it.
Yep.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay.
Yeah,
And like when I'm in
so
my blind sight form, am I
blindsight works fine in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so the effects of fighting in darkness, you cannot draw line of sight, so you can't make ranged attacks or cast spells.
Ooh.
And you also
If you're in melee, any attacks made against your melee target
Uh-huh.
are at disadvantage. Now, if you can see and they can't in darkness, you get advantage against them, and they have
Oh
disadvantage
my
against you. So, like I said,
gosh.
for you two, it would be really, really good.
Yeah.
For everyone else, it'd be terrible. Casting spells outside of darkness, like Eldon drops darkness on the top of you two, and you just sit in there and cast spells out of it. That's a pretty strong defensive situation.
well,
Doesn't
'Cause
help
I
you in a
yeah.
fireball, but
Yeah.
the thing you could do, well, actually, a couple things. If I recall correctly, if you're casting darkness, because darkness is a sphere, right? I
Mhm.
think you could choose the height, like the height of the sphere, as well as where it's orientated. So, like one
Yes.
trick I've heard people tell me is they'll cast darkness and they'll cover like the enemy, but not their feet, so you could still see their feet.
You
And so
can't see through
technically,
the darkness. What you would then have to do is crouch below the darkness to see them, and that means you going prone.
gotcha.
And yes,
The
there is a tactic where ranged people with crossbows specifically go prone in a cloud of darkness and shoot at people's feet.
yeah,
However,
the
that it you don't get the benefits of being in the darkness then. So
okay. And then the other thing, I don't know if this would give advantage or whatever, but when you darkness or obscure an area, you can always basically, I believe it's like you can ready your attack action and state that when when an enemy comes out of that obscured area,
yes,
your character can then attack them. And I don't know if that
100%.
still gives it. Does it still give advantage? Because you're
No,
not expecting it.
because yeah, you're not inside it. You don't get advantage for someone running at you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The things I specifically mentioned were when you were in base to base melee range, not when
Yeah.
someone was moving out of an area.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But no, like I said, for Ithil and Eldon, both of them could utilize the full capabilities of darkness. Ithil less so because your visual range becomes 60 feet, period. So longer range spells lose a bit of effectiveness, but it's a massive defensive boon for you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anyways, are we all back?
Yeah, I'm back.
I'm back.
Yeah, I'm back.
I never left.
Perfect.
Reese.
Yep. Never left.
Yep.
Okay.
So the questioning intensifies and his agitation gets noticeably more intense. And at this point, we are already in initiative order. He makes a break for it. He's trying to run away.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. And he rolled a 15 for initiative.
Boy, I go first. Come
Tanner,
here.
you do go first. Reese, this gentleman looks like he's about to sprint away.
Don't worry,
So-
guys. I got this. I frenzy and
Well-
flying tackle him.
Hold on 1 second. So the initiative started when he bolted. So he got his dash action, and that's when initiative started. He is currently 60 feet away from you guys.
I have a
But
40-foot fly
it
speed,
is nighttime.
so I bonus
Well,
action dash
Reese.
and flying tackle him with frenzy.
I need you to let me finish
Okay.
what I'm saying. It is darkness, as much as any darkness in the ever illuminated city. But what that means is there are long stretches of shadows, and you're already in a darkened alley. You have the option of showing up right next to him. Oh, no, you don't. You need to be within 15 feet. I'm sorry. But, alright. So he's 60 feet in front of you. What are you doing?
He's 60 feet in front of me. It's action
Yep.
and bonus action to.
You also have to be within 15 feet. of
Alright,
him,
so I free action, enter frenzy, so I fly up with my movement speed
Your
up
wings
to.
sprout from your back.
Yep. And I fly up 40 feet because that's my move speed, and I'm 20 feet away from him. I cry as I can't can actually reach him.
You can reach him if you spend your
my,
bonus action
yeah,
to dash.
But then I can't action and bonus action teleport, right?
Oh, yeah. All right. So for your movement action, you fly up as close as you can get to him. So
Yep.
yes, you could not then teleport because he's 5 feet too far from you. However, you could
Yep.
bonus action dash up to him and still hit him.
So I'm
If
gonna
that- or
bonus
whatever
action.
you wanna do.
I'm gonna bonus action dash up to him and flying tackle him from
All right. So what
behind.
everyone sees is Guardsman Tanner's giving a shitty excuse for something that Felianthor said. Turns around and bolts. Reese, hovering over the body and sniffing, oddly enough, the bodies, sees this, and like a bat out of hell, two big black wings sprout from underneath her long-robed garments, and she jets off. Red runes that trace her body start glowing more intensely along with her eyes. And some of you have seen this before. Some of you have not. But she
Don't worry, this is normal.
shoots forward at a very fast speed and rolls an attack. Strength plus proficiency bonus. You're doing an unarmed
Right.
attack.
Unarmed
for a
attack.
tackle.
Come
Well,
here.
you're doing it with strength because you described it as a tackle. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Do I even have unarmed strike? No. Okay.
no, just roll a d20, and it's your strength bonus plus 2.
All right. Yeah. That's not exclamation mark. Come on, baby. I whiff. Advantage because
yeah,
like behind him.
No.
Oh come on.
So you fly out, and he turns around as he's running, sees you, and you see his eyes go wide with fear as you run down him, and he ducks. And you continue your flying 20 feet in front of him, right? Yeah, 20 feet past him.
Yep.
And with your attack missing, you're able to turn around and face him and kind of block off his initial exit route, but you do not make contact.
You're
Eldon,
not going
you are up.
anywhere.
60 feet in front of you, this scene is unfolding.
Okay. Just reading what I can do. I'm going to chase after him and use my rabbit hop, so 30 feet and 35 feet. So I actually run past him because that's the thing is I can't stop myself with rabbit hop.
So, yes, you are 5 feet in front of him, in between him and Reese at this point. However, I believe your weapon has the reach feature.
Yes, it does.
So you are still within striking range, or spell range, if you so choose.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I'm not sure what spells I have that can. I don't have anything that can really stop him in his tracks. So I will hit him with my glaive.
All right, roll for the attack. Yeah, you hit. Damn, dude. So your blade whips out. And for the opening combat, I'll judge this for you. You do the flat of the blade against the side of his head and ring his bell. As he is still ducked down from avoiding Reese's tackle. And you do, in fact, ring his bell with a strike of the flat side of your blade. Bonus action.
No, I got nothing that I can
That
use
is not
for.
what I meant to hit. How do I expand that?
I have nothing I can do with my bonus action, so I'm good.
All right, it is Tanner's turn. He's gonna take a moment to draw his weapon, and he's looking at you, and he's looking at Reese, and then he turns around and looks at the rest of the group. The guards are now all looking at him and casting glances towards Felianthor. And then he runs into a side alley, using his action to run 30 feet away. And then he turns. He's trying to lose you guys in the alley.
How convenient there's a
Alright.
side alley.
Yeah, right? Felianthor, you are up. You can suspect
So
he's 90 feet away from you at this moment. If he maintained normal
Okay.
human running.
okay, I'm going to dash or use my movement speed to get 30 feet closer while yelling to the guards, "Stop him! He's a suspect!" and telling them not to attack our party. And then I do move 30 feet, right? So he's 60 feet from me now.
Potentially, you don't actually have eyes on him. He went down a side alley. However, the guards all act immediately upon your action, and they start fanning out and looking to close off entrances and points of egress. So yes, they are moving about. A couple are staying with the bodies, but other than that, everyone is in motion. Do you have any action or bonus action you would like to use?
Oh, I can't see him, can I?
No. So everyone has the option to use their action to move again. It's called the dash action. So you can continue running another 30 feet if you'd like. If you don't have anything else you want to do with your action.
Yeah, I'll just continue running another 30 feet, and I can
So you
take
get to
out
the
my weapon
60.
and shield as a bonus action, right?
Technically, first round of combat, your movement, you can withdraw your weapons as part of that movement. After which, it requires item interactions. So, if in your initial movement you want to ready your weapons, that is fine. So you get to the side alley where he ran down, and you see it turns at about 20 feet. So he is still not currently in visual sight line. But I will also note the buildings in this area, if you recall, are rather squat and not a lot of two-story buildings. There's some warehouses, the shitty bar, Shepherd's Bath, and some other businesses of ill repute. But again, very low and squat buildings, just of note. Okay, Jurgen, what are you doing?
Sorry, my mic was muted. So, you said there are shorter buildings in the surrounding area, like
Yeah,
ones.
they're relatively short, single-story buildings,
Okay. Let's see.
single-story establishments, I should say.
Right. So he was 60 feet away when,
He's
or he had
currently 90 feet of movement
away from me.
that you can determine based on what has happened.
Okay.
He is not within visual sight. You did see him run down a side alley, and you lost
Okay.
visual perspective on him from there.
So it's hard to illustrate what I want to do, but basically I was wondering if I could get up on, like, basically on one of the buildings and kind of like set myself up for like kind of an intercept course. This is what I'm gonna
Do you
do.
have a climb speed?
I should. Let's see. What's my climb speed? That should be under. Where's
It-
my core? Yep, core.
I don't think you do.
Oh, what the
I'm-
hell? Okay.
I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure you don't have a climb speed. I'm gonna look at your character sheet, but I'm pretty sure you don't. It's usually a special feature, and
Oh, okay.
I don't think
I
your
don't get
class
that till
or your
later.
race gives it to you yet.
Later, I get a
The-
climb speed of my walking speed, but I
Correct.
think currently I have just the bog standard of everybody else.
So it would be if you're trying to climb, scale a building to get some perspective, you can run across the street, and as an action, you can do an athletics check to climb
Mm,
where climb a building
all right.
that you think will
I'll.
give you
Is
line of
there?
sight.
Okay, so then alternatively, is there like another? So trying to think of orientation of where we're at. Is there like another road that might lead to? Because you said he went into an alley.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're all in an alley. He ran down 60 feet down the alley and then turned off into a side alley. All of this is happening inside an alley.
All right, I'll just do it this way then, because I don't know the layout as well, and so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use, so because of my dread ambusher, I get the extra 10 feet of movement, so I'll move my 40 feet, and then 30 feet away from me, I'm going to conjure my spirit wolf with my action. And let's see here. If I can. Does that take bonus action, or does it also take an action?
What are you asking?
So the spirit wolf spell you gave
Sean,
me.
you're breaking up. I need you to hold on a second. So,
Here,
what did you do for your movement?
I moved 40 feet because I can do so. with
Yep.
you know, and
Yeah, I understand that part. Where
okay.
did you move? Down the alley.
Right, just basically
Okay.
following. And then 30 feet away, I was going to conjure my spirit wolf.
So you saw him run down in a side alley that's 20 feet in front of you.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, like say
So
30
you
feet
want to
away.
do it 10 feet past the point where you saw him go.
Yeah,
Okay. You summon your spirit wolf.
right. And let's see, where's the? It might be under the spell itself here. I can communicate telepathically. I'm
As
just
its
trying to
own
figure out.
initiative. Is that what you're
That's
looking
its
for?
own initiative. Yeah, basically I want him to give chase and try to stop this guard, preferably without killing him, but you know, basically
Okay.
try
What's its
to stop him.
movement?
Its movement is oh, I have to look at the wolf. Its movement is 40 feet.
Okay. So do you have anything else you want to use on your turn?
Let's see, do I have any bonus actions I can use? I don't. Not at this time, no. Not.
How are you telling the wolf? What target are you sending the wolf after? Because one, the wolf didn't see it. Two, you do not have visual line of sight to this target. So you can telepathically.
I can send him. Can I telepathically send him an image of Tanner and with the orders to catch, try not to kill.
Yes, you can. Go
All right.
ahead. So you describe telepathically and send him an image of a guard in a guard's
Mhm.
uniform,
Mhm.
and you get Tanner's face. Sure.
Mhm.
Go ahead and roll an intelligence check for the wolf.
Okay. Let's see. He would be.
And are you
Oof.
wanting the wolf to act right after your turn?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, go ahead and roll intelligence for the wolf.
Damn. Okay. So let me do D20. Roll good.
What is it at? What does it say?
That's a
So
fuck.
I rolled I'll roll a 5, and his
Yeah, what's his intelligence bonus?
It's -4.
Oh no. So it's a
Oh.
1.
I didn't realize I had. Okay, interesting. Yeah.
So you indicate towards the side alley. He runs the 10 feet backwards and goes down the side alley looking for a guard. And he starts running using the rest of his movement. He comes in 20 feet. He'll come to, or I guess in 30 feet, so his 40 feet. He'll come to that same turn. No, he'll come to it in 20 feet and then have to go left or right. And he sends that back at you. He sends what he sees left or right, and he's able to make out that Tanner went down the right way, but he's going in a hole in the ground, is what the wolf interfaces towards you.
Okay.
All right, your turn is done. Ithil, what are you doing?
My hockey swipes down, and I get on him,
So he doesn't grab you, you get on his back?
or he grabs me, whichever one. Like he
One
just
will be
swoops
faster
in.
than the other.
Well, then he grabs me. Yeah, he swoops in and comes down and just grabs me.
Okay.
And I basically I send him images of like where he darted off to, what I could see, and like that direction, and
Yeah, you can go
tell him to go there.
diagonal through the air.
Yeah.
Totally. What's the hawk's movement?
60 feet flying.
Oh yeah, yeah, you can totally get over there, especially if you have. All right. So how familiars and actions and animal companions work?
Mm-hmm.
Unless it says they take actions as they want on their turns, you have to command them to do things. Some things say you communicate with them telepathically and you can command them without taking an action. Familiars do not say that. To
Okay.
have a familiar do something, you have to use your action to tell them. So, are you utilizing your action to tell your hawk to dash? Or give them another command other than your standard movement command? If you have, and
Yeah,
the difference
yeah.
is, if you have the hawk dash, you can
Uh-huh.
make it to where the guard is. If you
Because the guard's supposedly
don't,
90 feet, right?
so he's 60 feet down the alley going north,
Yeah.
20 feet going west, and 10 feet, well, 5 feet going south. He kind of kittied back,
Okay.
and
But since I'm in the air, he's
you can
essentially
see this, and you
yeah.
see him trying to enter a
Yeah.
subterranean entrance of some sort.
So
You can
so,
pretty much infer
Mhm.
he's going into the aqueducts.
So since he's like he went back and he did the diagonal, like how much for me since I'm in the air with my hawk, how close is he to me?
With just the hawk's movement of 60, and you're in the air, but you can draw a line of sight. He is 40 feet from you.
40 feet.
Yes.
Why
I
couldn't
will
it have
also
been
tell
30?
you can give the hockey the mental command without it causing an action to drop you. So you can start plummeting down. But that has its own
Issues.
issues. But if you're wanting to get a few extra feet just to get within some certain range for a spell or something, that is an option. Again, issues, but you do you. So you have an action and a bonus action.
Oh, yeah. Hmm. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Is there buildings above, like above me? Like I'm not above me, but like is there? How far is like okay near him? Is there a building, and like how far would that drop be?
There's a
Like
building
where
on
am I?
either side of him because he's
Mhm.
down a side alley.
Yeah.
All the buildings are one-story buildings, and so on either side of him, the closest one to you is up about 35 feet. So how high are you in the sky? Not above 60 feet because then you couldn't see anything. So
It wouldn't make any difference because it's still 35 feet. It's still out of my range, even if I fell into the building. That's a bummer. I would give Hockey the dash command to just dash completely at him.
so you can get up to melee range with him if you so choose, and you have a bonus action available.
I don't have anything that can use a bonus action, I believe. Or wait, no, again, to activate the treasure, it would take a full action, not a bonus, right?
Which treasure? What
The
item
rope.
specific?
Yeah. It
Yes,
would take
it
a
is.
full action.
Yeah, it's an action. It's an action.
Okay.
It's an item interaction action. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
So we move to Reese. Reese, you are 20 feet past the point where he turned
All right.
down a side alley.
So do I still see him?
No, he turned down a side alley,
Can
and then
I
he turned
follow
down
it?
another alley, but you don't know that.
Okay. Can I fly down there and then make a check of some kind to know where he went?
So you fly down the side alley.
And then
your
as a
flight
part of
speed
my
is what?
movement, and as part of my movement action, I pull out my lamp. I pull out lamp.
It's not dark out where you can't see because of the everglow.
Oh, okay. Then
But
my fly speed is 40 feet, and then with both
Alright.
dash actions, it's 120.
Right. But I only needed the first number. Okay, so you go, you spend the 20 feet of movement to get to where the alley turns off, and you go down there, and 20 feet down there, at the end, you see a spectral ghostly wolf, and he's growling and pointing south. And once you get to that point, the end of your 40 feet of movement, 5 feet away from you, you see Guardsman Tanner, and he's trying to squeeze down one of those aqueduct entrances, and you see Ithel and Hockey right next to him, coming out of the sky. You have an action and a bonus action available to you. He is 5 feet from you.
Alright, oh boy. Okay, I slap with the boy.
What?
You can't hit.
Oh,
You're not
you're
in
a
melee range.
Yeah, I
No,
am.
he
Nice.
can.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, you're not. He's 5 feet. So total of
Mm.
10 feet away from you if
Oh.
you're talking melee range. So there's
Then
space
I
in
bonus
between you.
action dash and slap him with the blade.
That works too. I was gonna say you could do your teleport thing, but
Oh
if you
wait,
want to
oh heck yeah, wait a minute.
yeah.
First time I ever get to use it? Yeah, so action bonus
So-
action I guess Shadow Rift and also teleport.
There you go. Are you teleporting to him, or are you just striking him from the shadows?
Can I actually oh yeah, I'm gonna just strike him from 15 feet away.
Yes. Okay. So you also don't take the penalty of potentially killing yourself with your own sneak attack.
Yeah.
So we'll count that roll to hit. That works.
Alright.
Go ahead and roll damage with your sneak attack because
is 10
Ithil
enough?
is engaged.
Is 10 enough to knock him out?
And go ahead and give me another d6 because of your Shadow Rift.
Okay, is 10 enough to knock him out though? Or is he tougher than that?
No.
Alright, sneak attack.
You have your sneak attack and
Yep,
Shadow Rift.
and then Shadow Rift and then Frenzy.
Oh, sure. And your frenzy damage is also necrotic, correct?
Yes, so it's 2d6 instead of 1d. It's an
Nine-
additional extra.
Well, it's 9 damage necrotic.
Yep.
Is the big point. So 15 slashing damage and 9 damage necrotic. And Ithil, you see this as Reese rounds the corner,
Oh, God,
claws
non-lethally.
and wings outstretched,
Can I
and
non-lethal this?
she not sneak attack damage,
Ah, shit.
or like,
Woohoo!
and claws
I
outstretched.
committed murder.
She slides to a stop, coming coming around the corner,
I'm a detriment.
and with a feral growl, she points her hunter's blade at Guardsman Tanner, and the long shadows from the alley seem to elongate and sharpen into dark blades, and they pierce him from 3 different sides. And her glowing runes on her scarred red skin intensify, and she deals a lot of damage. Guardsman Tanner has blood bubble up in his mouth as he falls unconscious.
Okay, he's
Eldon,
he's
it is
dying,
your
not
turn.
dead. So
Yeah,
question,
I'll
okay.
always give saving throws for
Okay,
this kind
good.
of stuff. He'll do death rolls. I won't just take him out of the board and say, fuck your clues.
I just
Eldon, you're
shout,
up.
I just shout no as I see this part happening.
He's not dead yet.
Well, you don't know that.
Yeah, you don't know that. You just see him fall unconscious with blood out of
You
his
just
mouth.
see him stabbed.
He's just- ah,
Yeah.
No
Ah,
one knows
mother
she's not dead.
you piece.
Alright.
I'm gonna run the 10 feet to the alley entrance, the 20 feet down to see the ghost. I think I get by the ghost wolf.
Yeah, sure.
And do I see?
You see the clusterfuck that is going on. Yeah.
You see Reese
Well,
fairly
so
growling at the
for-
guy.
For the rest of this particular part, we can say we're out of initiative in terms of combat actions.
Okay.
And I'm gonna yell, Phalianthor, hurry!
Reese about to kill him.
So, Eldon, are you taking any specific actions?
You're gonna want to grapple me. Please, dear God, grapple me. Right.
I'm
That's
still.
metagaming, Reese. Stop it.
Okay.
Well, I'm still 10 feet away, aren't I?
No, you're 5 feet away from the stuff going on. The side alley's only 20 feet long, and then he was 5 feet away going south down the second split. So your total movement of 30 brought you to the second split, and he's only 5 feet away from there. So you're 5 feet away with a movement of 30 from where you were.
Well, as far as I'm aware, he just is trying to stop the guard, so I just see the guard is injured, and I don't know much about Reese, so I'm just gonna say that's the end of my turn, telling
So
Feliantha to
no
hurry up.
actions taken.
No
You have a
actions.
bonus action and okay. He's gonna roll his death save. That's one failure. All right, Felianthor, you are look. You just saw everyone basically run down this side alley, stop, and you saw Reese at the end of the side alley point her sword, and then you saw Eldon run over there and call out to you that you need to get over here quickly.
So I run down the alley, and
Okay, 30
I
feet
thank
will
my
get you
lucky
to it.
stars that they just. I thank my lucky stars they just appointed Jurgen as the new overseer of this, and I use my dash action to come up to what seems like may be a corpse.
Okay, side note, don't have to use your dash action, you can get there.
Oh, okay. Oh, I can.
Also correction. They did not put Jurgen in charge of this. That is still you. You are still the person with authority. They gave you an additional
God,
resource.
damn it.
I just want to clarify that this is your ass. All right.
I hate everything. This is why I talk shit about all of you.
You hear Felianthor bemoaning all this as he's running up and takes in the scene. Felianthor, there's an unconscious guard, and as you round the corner, you just see the shadows receding as if blades from a pincushion. You have an action and bonus action, if you so choose.
I'm going
I'm
to
just
rip
curious,
his
what about the
throat
wolf?
out.
I use healing hand on Tanner.
For how many
which
points?
should give him three hit points is what it would give
All
him.
right, and you do give him the healing hands, and his eyes flutter open as he spits forth a gout of blood and a little something else. As it comes into the light, it dissipates.
Fuck.
It looked like black sludge or something, but maybe just remnants of Reese's shadows, that shrapnel of the shadows left in his system. Who knows? Alright, Jurgen, you are up. Your wolf can see everything that's happening, and if you so choose, you can share its vision, but you will then lose your own vision. Oh no, you can't. No, you can't do that. Never mind. This is the other thing.
Yeah. I'm going to basically run to where my wolf was at, and basically just kind of follow the noise and everything. And so did the wolf share with me what happened then, or is
You can't
that
share
like
senses with it.
sorry
You
what?
just summon a wolf. You cannot share senses with it.
I mean,
Okay, I
it's pretty
gotcha.
obvious since I'm currently screaming that I'm going to rip his throat out.
I assume I heard this then. All right, so
If
I'm
you so choose, they're not hiding it, but you're able to get onto the scene and see that Felianthor is currently kneeling down and healing this guy, and his
okay, so
eyes sputter open, and he coughs up blood, and like a
Okay.
little black ichor that evaporates into a mote of what looks like smoke, but There's
Okay.
no fire.
Yeah. So I kind of walk up. Look at the whole scene. I assume I notice Reese in whatever state Reese is in, and just ask out loud. Do we need to do anything about this? As I gestured towards, Reese's form.
All right. Any action or bonus action that you want to initiate in terms of abilities?
Oh god.
Let's see. Like,
Jeez.
so Tanner's getting healed up by
Belianthor.
yeah,
Yes.
Philanther. Um, do, 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 do. I could take a look at. I don't know, just take a look at the hole that Tanner was trying to get into. Just, like see
He's
if there's
halfway
anything like
sticking
really
out
weird
an
about
aqueduct hole. It is one of the same vents and holes that have been going on.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so he's actually halfway in it. Okay.
Yes.
He,
He needs
he-
to
Yeah, he
pull
didn't
it
have
out.
the full movement to.
I'll help. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll
Get
help.
there.
I'll help Philanther pull the man out and just kind of like make sure he's stabilized but also restrained so that he doesn't like try to make a break for it again.
Roll me in athletics.
All right.
And if you're gonna be eating, pull your mic away from your mouth.
All right.
All right.
I got a 13. My apologies.
I saw.
Mhm.
Yeah. And you grab a hold of him. You think you have a good hold of him. All right, Ithil, what you doing?
I activate my rope and
And he is bound up.
command it.
What is his? What's the saving throw? 15, 13? It was something like that.
I think it's 15. Hold on.
Well, he doesn't make it. He is definitely
Yeah,
restrained.
15. All right.
And bound up, and has blood trickling out of his mouth. And everybody has gathered. So, guards have come around the corner now and see what's going on. And it was a quick apprehension. He seems absolutely terrified and wide-eyed. Almost red froth seems to be at the corners of his mouth right now.
Better fess up before I
As
make
he's
you fess up.
breathing heavier and heavier. Go ahead and roll me an intimidation, Reese.
I'm good at these. I'm supposed to be good at these.
I believe you have advantage on these.
Jeez, I probably should. If I don't, then I should.
I don't know if you
when
do.
when I'm frenzying,
I don't know if you do or not, but for right now, you have advantage. Go
when
for it.
I'm
You can roll again
frenzying
if
like
you
a
like.
crazy person, then probably should. Yeah,
All right.
21.
You stalk forward closer, and his eyes go wider, almost as if they're rolling into the back of his head. And yeah, your intimidation is very effective. Alright, who wants to take lead at this point? You guys are out of initiative order. You're gathered up.
I could take
What-
lead for
what do
about
you
a
guys
minute
wanna
and
do?
30 seconds before I transform back.
Eldon's gonna go to the guards. Move along, nothing to see here. We have this handled.
Take any
The guards
Somebody
look at
has
you a
this
little
handled.
bewildered. Alright. They head back towards the three bodies. The three drained bodies. Oh, side note, I didn't mention this. All three bodies were completely exsanguinated.
Oh yeah,
I mean, I figure that was
I just assumed.
implied,
Yeah.
but yeah, I didn't actually say it. They are completely exsanguinated. Again, odd behavior for actual vampires to do, but so on and so forth. Your vampire expert is no longer here, so.
All right.
All right. So, I don't know. I'd like to ask, basically what the heck happened? Why is like we were just trying to apprehend this guy. Why does he look like he's been thoroughly just, I don't know, got into a fight with a bunch of swords?
I just say this is what you have to do to catch somebody sometimes. He fought back first. Self-defense.
Right,
yeah.
but it doesn't mean absolutely, you know, like murder but not murder the guy kind of.
But
And I
at the end of the day, he didn't get murdered. He might have got close, but he didn't get murdered. That's why we have Valianther here.
It's called advanced interrogation techniques.
I'm slowly reaching my hand towards his neck.
Hey, hey, hey.
I'm searching the want ads for a new job.
Like, I don't get paid enough for this.
How long has it been, DM? Has it been 2 minutes?
No. This is
Alright.
a conversation in real time. You guys do what you're gonna do.
all
And when you start talking to Tanner, let me know.
right. Well, do we need to
So,
do anything with Reese here?
Did we see the black sludge, or do any of us recognize it?
That was just me flavor saying Reese left some shrapnel of shadow in the wounds. Don't worry about it.
All right. So,
Alright, I deactivate
why
my
did
frenzy.
you run, Tanner?
As he spits out a little bit more blood. Please, please, they're gonna kill me. I can't say anymore.
I'm gonna
We're
make
gonna
sure
kill you
I'm
if you
gonna do
don't
a
say
lot more than
anything.
kill you.
We can bring you back, kill you again, bring you back, kill you again. So, what fate would you rather have?
He starts just weeping and crying. They just tell me where the bodies are, and to bring them out when they're done with them.
Who?
I don't know anything.
Who exactly?
I don't know.
19 insight. Is he lying?
On this particular point, he is not lying.
On the I don't know who they are, or
Yeah,
I don't,
yeah.
or on the I don't know anything.
I don't know who they are, and they just tell me where the bodies are.
How do they tell you where
But
the
what
bodies
about
are?
the I don't know anything part?
He just
You get
said,
all right. So if Reese, to answer your question, and then I'm moving on to Eldon's thing. Questionable. You get a more questionable vibe from that part.
You're lying.
Eldon, what was your question?
How do they tell you where the bodies are?
It's a sending spell. They just tell me.
I tell the party that he's hiding something. Because he's not. He said that he doesn't know anything, but he clearly knows something.
Okay.
Tell us what you know.
I've told you everything.
That's a lie.
I just I move the bodies and they pay me. And he looks defeated and deflated.
I put him in a chokehold.
"Oh, hold on.
I mean, you can't. He's already tied up and bound, but you can just start choking him if you like.
No,
Let's take a breath here. You know, clearly he doesn't want to talk and cooperate.
Which is
I
why
know
I'm choking him
someone.
out.
No. We know someone who can use that
Zone of truth.
yeah, zone
You
of
guys can
truth.
go ahead and roll me an insight now, if you would like. Reese, your 19 can stand. When he gets to the point about payment and the sending spell, you pretty much get that that's all he knows.
I let him go.
The last holdout point of information was he was being paid for it, that they weren't threatening or holding somebody hostage.
Alright. Since I rolled good on the wisdom,
just
I
to
dropped
speed this
frenzy.
interaction up a little bit is what I'm getting at.
Yeah. I rolled good
Okay.
wisdom and I drop frenzy and don't murder him.
All right. So,
I don't like that very much.
Can I roll?
And I hide behind
Can I
Felianthor again.
roll
Hold
an
on. Too many
Arcana?
people are talking. Too many people are
Yeah.
talking. One at a time. Reese. We'll go down initiative order for reactions just for sake. Reese, what did you want to say?
I said, I drop frenzy because I rolled good wisdom and I hide behind Felianthor again.
Good deal. Eldon, any reactions to the scene ending, basically?
So, in order for sending to work, this is me talking, not Eldon.
Uh-huh.
You have to know the person.
Correct. The person casting the spell. The person the spell is cast on does not have to know where it's coming from. And you have to be aware of them. You don't have to know them.
They recognize you as the sender if it knows you. Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah,
So if they
Yeah.
don't know them, then they won't recognize the spell.
correct. Well, they won't recognize who it's coming from, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a fucked up spell when you play around with it. Anyways.
Well, that takes away what I was gonna interrogate him more on because
Okay.
understanding how
Felianthor?
sending someone. Yep.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Felianthor, any further inquiries or attempts at this point? But again, you got the sense you've picked up most of the info you're gonna get.
If you've never met them, why were you using the same subterranean system that they've been using? Why were you going underground?
I only pick up the bodies from the aqueduct entrances, they tell me. I figured I might be able to lose you down there.
And okay, I believe you. I think at this point though, you're going to have to go with the guards, and someone could question you a bit more carefully
And,
about
and
what's
he
been
starts
going on.
weeping again. Jurgen, you're kind of
I,
out of this as this is your first day on the investigation, and you didn't
Yeah,
realize what was going on.
and part of me is just like like I'm no stranger to uh how do I explain it? I'm no stranger to this, like the sort of thing that I just witnessed per se, but not so much in this kind of magnitude. Like I'm used to working with ruffians, scoundrels, that kind of thing. I've done it before in the past. But yeah, no, this is definitely not a typical night on the job for me. I only thing I could really think of to really say before they take the gentleman away was so I come up to him and ask him just kind of gently, is like, so once you got into the aqueducts, how are you to navigate through it? Do you have like a map or anything on you by chance, or do you just have everything memorized?
He's weeping and he just shakes his head. He does. He doesn't know. He just shakes his head and he's crying.
Okay.
Ithil.
Which um
Oh, go ahead, Jacob.
which so and also which entrance did these particular bodies come from?
The one I'm trying to go down. I was trying to go down. But, okay. Ithil. Any final things before he's led away from the guards?
I hope you rot in prison for the rest of your life for helping those scum. Let's go down.
Quick side note: I was so hoping you would ask him, "Did you move my brother's body?"
I just thought it was apparent at that point after he admitted to it, and that I just thought it was apparent that he did.
So, I'm gonna rule that you didn't ask this before he was taken away. I am gonna, however, just remind you as a player, he initially gave you 2 names of 2 different guards when it was questioned who found your brother's body the first time you guys went to the market. And that was also the question that I told triggered your insights, and you learned he was acting shady.
Hmm.
But neither here nor there for this, because you eventually found your way around to him once again. He guardsman or no longer guardsman Tanner is getting ready to be led away. Ithel, I'm assuming you release your rope.
Yeah.
And the scene is ended. The aftermath is you're all staring down at the entrance at another entrance to the aqueducts, and just a little bit of ways away, again right outside the shepherd's bath, there are 3 bodies that need to be taken care of. 3 bodies that, come nightfall tomorrow, may indeed rise up on their own.
I eat them.
What? What?
Okay, so that is totally an option.
Ithel,
After I inspect them, sure. I'll at least search them a little bit.
I'm not. So the thing is, it takes a
Uh-huh.
little bit for you to envelop things and a
Yeah.
minute to start breaking them down
Yeah.
completely.
And also,
Everyone except Jurgen has seen this happen now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just, you know, asking, does anyone want to interfere?
well,
yes.
so I want to just actually more or less ask. So do they not have coroners or something? Do they not just grab the bodies and then like put them somewhere? Like how does the city handle its dead?
These aren't technically they're dead, but there's possibility they could rise up and start hurting people. And Ithel, before you absorb the bodies, let's like get the families like report them to their loved ones and maybe look through them to see if there's anything we could find.
They don't have
So-
anything. Like,
Why would
hmm.
pardon me? Why would the bodies rise up again?
Vampires.
You sure about that?
If someone's completely drained of their thing, they'll come back as a beast. Like, not an actual vampire, but a spawn. A mindless.
So, while that may be the case, when I was looking at the body, those did not look like regular bite marks to me. Those were too perfect. Whoever drained the bodies used something, because usually when you have a vampire attack or any beast attack for that matter, you've accidentally bit yourself or bit somebody, right? Or you've been bitten by an animal before, correct? You ever notice that besides the regular canine puncture marks, you get the punctures from incisors and the rest of your teeth? All I saw on the neck were 2 puncture marks.
So,
And
side note,
okay,
Jurgen, you
Sorry.
say this as no, you're good. You're good. I'm just gonna point something out that's a little bit humorous, and you can continue on because you are reinforcing a previously made point by a different character, which is great. But you look around as you're saying this, you notice one of them's a blob of slime that doesn't have teeth. One of them's a rabbit man with 2 large front incisors and no canines. And then one of them's a demon with razor teeth.
Hey, yo,
okay, and then
demon?
that. As my explanation goes on, it just kind of dawns on me.
But
What's Philianthor?
humanoid, he looks human.
Felianthor has 18 AC.
What?
Nothing's ever bitten me. I have
Oh.
18 armor class.
I was like,
I got that.
what?
Anyway, no, so it dawns on me, and I just kind of go, you know what? Never mind. Basically, point being, if an animal, typically in this case a vampire, whenever they attack something, they leave usually a lot more of a mess. Not all of the blood is drained, and it's not just 2 puncture marks. It is you'll see more of like a tear in the throat. Those were too clean.
I understand what you're saying, but regardless, their condition is basically like my brother. 2 clean marks, no canines, and yet
Mhm.
he started to turn, and I had to eat him.
Yeah,
So
Okay,
Ithel's
so
brother.
you're
Ithel's brother. He looks like this. Ithel transform.
I transformed.
That's Ithel's brother, and he had the 2 puncture marks on his neck, and he started to twitch and everything on the table. And the vampire hunter dude, Calgon, he told us that he's transforming and he's going to turn into a feral beast and just start attacking anything around him.
Yeah.
Are you a vampire hunter?
No, I'm not that specialized. I'm more along the lines of just think of me as more of like a survivalist. Although I'm very good at what I do when it comes to nighttime or cavernous operations. Um, that's interesting. Okay, well, I guess we'll have to have an actual expert look at this because that I don't know. That is odd. But if you feel like these bodies need to be disposed of, this is
Yeah,
out
I
of
mean,
my area expertise at
Yeah.
this point, I guess.
it's either I eat them or we hand them over and they get burned.
Jurgen,
Ash.
at this time, you remember your instructions on the investigation.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just yeah, you're good. Sorry.
No, you're fine. That's all I wanted to remind you of.
Yep.
And you're consciously ignoring certain things.
What am I ignoring?
So now you're getting proof that vampires actually have done this. That's all I'm
Okay.
saying.
Oh, I'm not
And
ignoring it. I'm not ignoring it.
okay. But regardless, so what is the order of operations that you guys want to do concerning the bodies and moving forward? I need some decisions.
Search the bodies, see if there's any clues or anything like that on them.
All right. Someone can roll investigation to search the bodies, and if someone wants to assist, they can give that person advantage.
I'll assist.
Medieval weekend at Bernie's.
Times 3. Whoever has the best investigation, feel free to roll.
Who does have
Okay.
investigation?
Mine's a +4.
You have the best, probably. Then
Go for it.
Okay.
I don't
Rolling with
hear
advantage.
anyone
Yeah.
else.
that's an 18 with advantage.
Oh, Felianthor did it. Cool.
Oh,
So, Felianthor, you. Oh, did someone else roll it and I just don't see it?
no, you're fine.
Oh, okay. So, Felianthor, you quickly sweep through the bodies, and they're wearing some common clothes, and in their pockets, all you find is a pair of work gloves. Like, it doesn't. It seems like something or someone has already gone through their pockets and taken their valuables.
Did
On
we
your
rob these guys?
What?
No, we did not rob them.
Yeah, I don't think you
I
robbed. I
thought
don't
someone
remember
asked
that
for all their
happening.
stuff when we beat them up.
No.
You left them unconscious in an alley with one of them with a broken arm, one of them unconscious, and one of them crying.
Yeah.
But I don't think you took their stuff. I don't remember that happening. But-
It's been a while. I thought I remembered that.
But you don't find any small coins. You don't find any tools. You don't find any items. What you do notice, however, on the bottom of their simple work boots is muck. A thick, dirty muck. Very unlike the stone roadways in which you find yourself. You can kind of infer they at some point were walking in the aqueducts in the sewers.
Reese, you're good at
Which-
smelling things.
Reese, you smell a lot of things.
What? What? What do you want me to smell? What?
Smell their boots, Reese. You were smelling the corpses before. Smell their
Fucking.
boots.
Please, dear God, what do you want me to roll?
Perception.
Okay. Please.
Unfortunately, Reese, you take a big whiff. The smell seems to fill your nostrils and spin around your mouth. You can almost taste it, smacking your lips and tongue.
Yeah, shit nasty.
Yep, tastes like shit.
Ah! Why the did you make me do that?
A distinct brand of Ode de Sewer.
Oh my god. I'm dying. That
Do you
could have
think they
gone
went in the
better.
sewers?
They definitely went through the sewers.
All right, thank
It smells
you
like
for that.
shit. I headed to the
All
sewers.
right.
I'm fuck.
Wait, you going down in there?
Oh wait, no,
right now?
no, I need to sleep. I forgot about the sleep.
So, all right, that is the next. Well, after we deal with the bodies. So, the bodies have been turned, or the bodies have been like investigated. You have found what there is to find, so to speak.
Tell the answer, can you
What's
mute
going on
yourself?
next?
Ithel should ooze them, like if we can eat them.
Yeah, I'm
If
eating
that's
them.
where we're heading,
Check their pockets first. Check.
We already did.
they
Yeah,
did.
We're
okay.
good.
You did.
Okay, I was paying attention to that part. Sniff their shoes.
All right, so 3 minutes later, there are no more bodies. Is that where we're at right now?
Yeah.
Ethel has gained 3 new forms.
I'm gonna. Well, I mean,
Nah,
to
I'm
be
good.
honest, Ithil,
I could, yeah.
you could trade your 1 for 1.
No, I have an open slot.
Well, you can only have 1 humanoid at a time.
Oh. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
No way in the world then. Nah, I'm
Okay.
good.
So yeah, that's what I was getting at. Like, I don't think you
Yeah.
will. All right. And so, you all witnessed the very disturbing sight of Ithil expanding and absorbing one body at a time, and through the opaque, starry coloration of his membranous body, you see the acids start to eat away at the humanoid forms of Eric, Tim, and Bob until there
What's it
is
taste like?
nothing left.
Shit. Better taste like shit, DM.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Let's go.
I don't really
However,
taste much.
Ithil doesn't have a tongue,
Yeah.
so
taste
there's no
anything.
taste receptors.
It feels good though. to eat things.
If I could cast prestidigitation, I totally would.
And Jurgen, go ahead and roll me a wisdom save, as this is your first time seeing this level of
Just,
ghastly
Flat wisdom.
wisdom saving throw.
A
So
wisdom
click on the
saving
saving
throw.
throw.
Oh lord.
Dang it.
Oh, I did okay.
Oh wow. Okay.
Nah, you've seen crazy shit before. This isn't nothing.
For example, what happened literally 5 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm-
you're dealing with it. All right. So
Yeah.
the bodies have been dealt with. The guards have been pretty much dispersed, and Tanner has been taken into custody. You do have options. You know, at least sometime recently, within the day, these 3 guys were attacked and their bodies were dumped at this particular entrance of the aqueduct. And presumably, they spent time alive walking through the aqueduct based off of Reese's inspection of their feet. So,
don't
do you
don't make
do?
it sound like I have a foot fetish now.
Nah, just smelling shit.
Oh, God dang it. I do it one time. That's what I'm known for. My perception is only +3.
Uh, oh, it's. I really don't want to turn back now, guys. I really want to just go in there. They were attacked. They were walking through. Like,
Yeah, sure, we
if
can go in there in long
go in
rest.
there-
Yeah, let's go into the sewers long rest, guys.
We don't know how long they.
Come on, that's a good
since they've
idea. No,
been
no, 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 it's a great idea.
kidnapped.
That is the choice, though. It is the choice. Do you pick up the investigation as planned in the morning? Or do you go in now, down on resources, and not particularly at optimized shape?
In my
I'm still
opinion,
pretty
we
up.
can do it. I think we can do it. I'm down on both my both my actual abilities, but
Like, you have to
well-
remember, I didn't really spend that much in the.
I'm down on all my good
previous
stuff,
fight.
but I do have my my short sword now, which helps a lot.
Okay.
So it's kind of like a replacement for Frenzy and for Frenzy.
Ethel, when did your brother go to the market? What time in the
daytime.
morning?
Like, I don't know, early morning
Early in the morning, correct.
When does he normally get back?
before lunch.
About 10 o'clock, yeah.
Be right
And
back.
his body wasn't found until late at night. So if that's how things are happening, we don't know when these three gentlemen were abducted, where they were abducted. All we know is where they put the bodies.
You do know these particular three had day jobs working in the dock, or at or around the docks. Primarily loading and offloading cargo from the incoming ships, airships, general labor, basically. These were not
Okay.
high society or anything like that. They were base workers with limited skill sets.
Did the sludge on the boots look dry at all, or did it look pretty freaking fresh?
It looked like muck, as
Uh-huh.
if. So it wasn't dripping, it wasn't wet, but it wasn't congealed hard as if
Yeah.
it happened days ago.
Would
Like
I
it was
Uh-huh.
fresh muck.
Would I been able to make a survival check to see how many hours?
I'm back.
That they
Would I-
stepped in it.
Yeah, like from my knowledge or my survival instincts, like this
I
took
mean,
this on.
you can make the roll, but that is such an abstract
Uh-huh.
concept. It'll be a pretty high DC. The roll high.
Okay. 16.
Not terrible. You can say you can probably determine by that roll
Mm.
that they probably weren't walking in the free floating stuff that you saw in the sewers when you were down there. You could also assume that means they're probably walking through a place where those flows either originate or deposit. But beyond that, you have no conception. It just doesn't look like the same as the stuff you were tromping through the other night. Or earlier today, I should say. Earlier today.
It looks. I relay that information. It looks like they were in the aqueducts at a part where all of that loose sewer would correlate to. If we have a map, maybe you can find like an old blueprint. Maybe you can find where
Valanthor,
a bunch
you
of
have
those
such a
tunnels-
map.
correlate.
Like an outlet or an inlet?
Wherever they would correlate, like the fluid, and it would be inside of the aqueducts, coming in where you would step on it.
Or where does the aqueducts drain to? I'd assume that'd be where a large majority of stuff would conglomerate.
So, at this point, Felianthor and Reese, I'm going to remind you that your research into the aqueducts leads you that everything flows down into the lower levels. And another reminder, there are 3 subterranean levels of the aqueduct, and everything flows down.
Okay. Taking all of that into consideration, I don't think we've discussed too much what we learned today. Reese and I reviewed several reports while we were looking for the map of the aqueduct, some of which pointed out the fact that, in fact, there were no vampiric creatures at all in the first level, at least none reported. There aren't a lot of evidence of missing persons either. I think everything seems to point to the fact that if we were to go and hunt down these creatures right now, we would have to go to the lower levels. And I think that would take such an amount of time, and we'd probably have to battle through various kobolds or rodents of unusual size, that it would be prudent for us to take a rest first and then take it on when we're fresh.
Not to mention it is nighttime right now, and we've been working since morning, correct?
Yes.
I let out a sigh. All right, let's head back then. First thing in the morning, we're going down.
We're
and
gonna
we're
lose their
gonna-
trail if we do that. No.
We know where they're at. The trail won't be as fresh, but we know ultimately we need to go down there
I
regardless.
swear to God, if you make me
Exactly.
sniff
There's
that.
only so many spots that they can hide, and I think we found exactly where we need to be going.
I swear to God. Reese, smell their scent.
All right.
Let's see where they went. We
The
lost the
funny
tracks.
the funny thing is, now there are multiple functions in the party that allow you to have hunting summons that can track things, yet you still have the demon girl do it.
It's so fucking dumb.
There's one ghostly wolf just that was standing there and had its tongue rolled out to the side laughing at you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, I don't even have advantage on perception checks using smell. It just.
By the
Oh.
way, Jurgen, what is the name of your wolf?
I'm gonna name it Sylvie. Sylvie.
Okay. And so it sounds like you're deciding to take a long rest for the evening.
Yep.
Where are people going to take this rest?
Obviously under the table.
Felianthor, you have your apartment. Jorgen, you have
Second.
your apartment.
Can I use the Ithel blanket?
The ethel blanket.
When you go
I think he wants
unconscious.
to sleep under you.
That's a great idea. No, I'm kidding.
Ithel, do you eat in your sleep?
Oh God.
I don't.
He would eat the floor then. He would eat his floor then under the closet, wouldn't he?
I would imagine I go into like, you know how my body's usually like fluid or oozy or something, like when I am in a trance, like when I'm like sleeping, it
Do you
kind of
sleep in a bucket?
hardens a bit more.
Oh, it
Just a bit.
hardens.
Just a bit more, yeah.
So you're
becomes
more like
Less
pudding.
fluidy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You flatten out and go into a
Your-
pudding state.
Your
Okay.
viscosity is altered.
Yeah.
All right. So Ithel, you have your inn, or not inn, but tavern and place to
Mhm.
live. So you go home. Basically, what I'm asking is Eldon and Reese.
Yeah.
What are your? This is coming on your 3rd or 4th night. What type of accommodations are you seeking?
What do you mean?
Where are you
I
gonna
turned
live?
to I
Oh,
turned to Felianthor and
obviously
say,
under the table in the tavern.
And I will also remind you, Felianthor, anything the demon girl does, you're responsible for.
Which means you're stuck in the tavern.
Or just go
No,
to
I'm
his
kidding.
apartment.
Just
I don't know.
leaves. Nah, fuck that. Leaves. I start crawling back under the table.
Well, you guys are walking back towards. Well, you're breaking off here because one of you is going one way, one of you is going another way, and I want to know where the other two of you are going. Like, you all live in different spots. Felianthor lives in the council district in the guards' quarters. He has his apartment, and you can describe your apartment how you like when you want. Jurgen has his apartment at the edge of the docks, right before the shadows. Jurgen, you can describe your apartment if you want. Ithil has Adventurous Jump, which we got a description earlier. And again, Eldon and Reese are the only ones without accommodations at this point.
I mean,
Elda's
boy,
gonna ask Felianthor, since it's his town, do you know of any nice cheap inns that are also, not too cheap? Don't want some bed bugs.
There's this great one called the Shepherd's Bath. You should check it out.
That sounds familiar.
oh my
No! That's not an inn.
Yeah, but a few buildings next to the Shepherd's Bath seem to be sporting a very particular set of red lights.
my gosh. Would I know of a good inn for them to stay at during my?
Oh, sure. You know a whole
Yeah.
bunch of them. If you want to come up with an NPC character name for a particular establishment, go for it.
It's either that or I come back to your apartment so that way we can guard each other. Take watches. Can never be too safe.
If I know of any inn at all, I tell him at this point, so I can have peace.
Okay. And what do you wish to do with the demon child that you are responsible for?
I don't have any rope, do I?
Oh my god.
Last time you
I have
left
a rope.
and slept in a different spot, you came back to them telling you about stories how they went and killed vampires and kobolds and all sorts of stuff. Oh, and bought drugs.
and blew up a flashbang.
Yeah.
I
So,
feel like
like-
they can't do anything worse at this point, right?
We
I
can't-
just gotta be done. Like, fuck it. They're gonna do what they're gonna do, and
I
I'm
was
just gonna have
dragged
to
into this
find
contract.
a different city or a different job.
Alright.
Damn.
So,
This feels very much
Felianthor.
like my real life job at this point.
Felianthor has opted for a quiet, good night's rest alone in his personal apartment.
Oh dear.
And starts making his way home. All right, Jurgen, what are you doing? Same thing, making your way home.
Yeah, pretty much. I might try not to be too metagamey about this. I guess I could have asked anybody. Let's see. How my apartment's just like a single type of apartment in it.
You describe your abode as you'd like. You know the area and style you live in. You know what
Yeah.
you can afford, and you also know money's tight right now. Maybe you invested heavily into a slightly nicer, well, a much nicer space than you grew up in.
Hmm.
Since you're on the other side of the tracks,
That
at
is
least now.
that is
So
true.
maybe that's why you're broke.
Excuse me.
But that's up to you. That's role playing character.
Yeah, yeah.
So.
Well, it's like so. The heck? Oh, sorry, something popped up. Yeah. So I'll just be heading for home as soon as I figure out basically before I go I do ask what time you want me to meet you guys, like just you said first thing in the morning, so I'll just meet you guys at the tavern first thing in the morning then.
Yeah, that'll
All
work.
right.
Would
Okay.
the owl cost twice?
Sure. Um and then like say it just out of concern I just kind of look at I don't know if Reese is still there or not, and just be like, so who's her guardian? Like, is there someone who like looks after this? Like, how old is Reese, by the way? Just trying to remember. It was described as like a young girl.
She looks like a child.
Yeah. Okay. So then, yeah. Is anybody taking care of this child?
Bellianthor.
Okay.
He's already walked away. He's not listening. His
I ain't
back
dealing
is
with
turned
this.
and he's walking away.
Oh.
He is clocked out for the night.
God.
Excuse me, please. I'ma just take my and leave.
All right then.
He's
shit.
contemplating all the paperwork he has to submit before he actually gets to sleep.
Okay, but his oh goddamn. Okay, yeah, his. All right.
I mean, y'all could always just spend a night at the Sleepy Inn. It's a pretty nice inn. It's only a block away from my tavern.
I mean.
And who's the proprietor of the
I hiss like a
Sleepy Inn?
gremlin and crawl under the table.
You're
What
not there.
table?
You're in the docks district.
Where's the
Believe it or
nearest
not-
table, DM?
Her name goes
Inside
by...
the shepherd's bath.
She goes by Erica.
The Sleepy Inn.
A lot of
And
their
Erica.
customers, even people from the tower, usually go to the stay when they really just want a place to really relax. It's pretty nice in there. It's a little bit pricey, but their accommodations are very nice.
I'm
Okay.
assuming you guys are saying this as you're walking back towards the market district or towards the gateway district.
Yeah.
This would be Ithil, Reese, and Eldon at this point. If Jorgen has gone off to his house.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go off to my apartment.
All right.
Yep.
So it's you three walking back, and Ithil recommends the Sleepy Inn run by Erica.
Okay, that sounds like I could stay there, I guess, for a night or two, until like one of my friends, who I've helped a lot, can offer me a place to stay.
I mean, I don't have room. I know what you're hinting at, but I do not have a lot, and you're not staying in my dead brother's room.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Here, I throw him a gold piece.
And 5 silver per room. You know the going rate.
Mhm.
Will pay for them to get 2 rooms.
That is for helping me out with this very successful day of running a business. And also
Oh,
just being there for me. You
that's
all
very
really
generous.
rest.
The Sleepy Inn is nice.
That's very generous,
So-
and I'll be happy to help out anytime.
Again, it is past midnight at this point, a fair bit past midnight. So as you approach the Sleepy Inn, most of the lights are off, and Ithel leaves you at the doorstep and turns to head back towards Adventure's Jump. Reese,
Hmm.
are you putting up any sort of fight or commotion about spending the night in an inn?
Is there a table?
In the rooms?
Yes.
I'm sure there is.
Is there a table in the lobby?
I mean, sure. Yes, there can be a table in the lobby.
I
if you
sleep
so
in the
choose.
I sleep under the table.
In the lobby
Under
with the
yes.
traffic of people coming and going.
Mm,
Yeah, it is a busy inn, so even if
never mind then. I'm broke though, so.
Well, you were there when Ithel paid for you. What Ithel gave.
Oh,
the gold
Ithel.
piece.
Oh, Ithel paid for me. Okay, yeah, then I'll stay in a room. I'm not gonna be mean. Thanks for paying for a room for me. Goes to a table. Goes under a table in the lobby.
Alden walks up. 1 room, 2 nights.
Oh, never mind. I guess Ithel paid for Eldon twice.
Dang.
Come on, Reese. Let's go up to our room.
Oh, well, there you go. You guys are sharing a room. Again, Reese, do you want to respond? Let's see.
For
Okay, I can hear you guys now.
Oh, okay.
respond for what?
Eldon, trying to convince you to go up to share the room for the next couple nights, like bunk
Oh,
with
sure. Oh.
him. If you, yeah,
Yeah,
you can
sleeping
turn
with
this
the
into a contest
homies.
of persuasions.
Oh yeah,
or if
bunk.
you
Hell
like,
yeah,
is what
bunking
I'm
with the
getting at.
homies. Let's go.
All right, and
That was
with
out of
that,
character. In
accommodations
character,
are
it's more
settled.
in character. It's more like And eventually, after about 5 minutes of that, it's yeah, sure.
Alden's already up in the room after he said that.
Okay. Guess I follow Eldon.
And with your keen sense of smell, you're able to track which room is his, and you're able to find your way into it a few minutes after he had entered. And so you're able to take a full rest. And the morning comes, and you gather at Adventure's Jump. And that's what we'll call the session for the night, since we've been going for about 5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a pretty good session.
I agree. Bit of character development, bit of plot advancement. No real combat because of
fine.
choices made. You guys wanted to.
I mean, Reese sniffed shit twice, so like,
Oh,
can we
God,
really top
I
that?
was
True.
peer pressured the second time. God dang it.
This is true.
Who's writing the journal this week?
Who? So who hasn't wrote it yet? I think it's just Jurgen and Felianthor.
I haven't.
So,
Swear to God.
speaking
Reese sniffs shit, and that's just the whole journal entry.
speaking of the journal,
Well, I was the
While-
only one there for both, so
Ithel,
Don't you dare.
while Ithel did a complete synopsis of what has happened so far, and it is appreciated because we've had a few sessions now and some moving players. Journal entries do not have to be nearly that in depth.
Yeah, that's
Like I
my
said,
bad
I
on that one.
appreciate it and I enjoyed the read, but each journal entry only needs to say what happened in the current session, basically. So, do not be pressured by the overachiever, is what I'm getting at. Or do if you also want to do that. I'm not going to stop you. So, any questions, comments, concern? We're heading into the crescendo of the first act of our adventure with the sewer dungeon delve.
Yeah.
After which, we're gonna get some character closure on certain things, some new plot hooks,
And maybe
and
go
I'm
into
gonna
the
tell
tower.
you
Just
exactly.
yeah,
Moving
just
towards
really
the
curious.
tower.
Are you busy tomorrow?
I'm actually a player in a campaign
Hmm.
from 3 o'clock into the evening, basically probably to around 8 or 9. Prior to that, no. What's up?
I was just thinking, like, I had 2 days off in a row, which is a very rare sight for me. So if everyone else was free, we could do an earlier session or something.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I'm actually I'm a player in a campaign that I've been playing in for little bit more than a year and a half at this point.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I'm actually introducing my second character, as my first character got taken from me to become an NPC.
Why?
Because of things.
He was too powerful.
I wasn't though. I
No,
was
you really
just-
weren't. You were just too evil for what he wanted the campaign to be.
I wasn't though.
What did you do?
I was just your average, everyday necromancer raising a dead god.
Raising a dead god?
That's pretty.
Things
Oh,
happen.
just pretty bog standard stuff. No big deal.
Things
Eh.
happen.
So far, I ain't gotten a chance
Things.
to show true chaos yet. Because I'm scared that the party will get mad at me.
I'm now playing a Power Ranger.
Awesome.
Wow.
Yes, I am actually very excited. But Eldon, I will say this: no response via text or Discord to any messages. So as of right now, I have base starting gear.
Okay.
Right? Anyways. Are we clear? I'm gonna send out a message on Wednesday, to check to see everyone who wants to join in next Saturday for the next session. But tentatively, are we good? Any
I should
issues?
be good.
I'm good.
I'll let you know if anything changes on my end.
Yeah. And feel free if something comes up to cancel. Just since we have a new member in the chat, I will reiterate. I don't mind if things comes up and you can't make it. I am willing to run the campaign light, but if we have less than 3 players show up, that session will be canceled. 3 is the minimum for me to sit down and progress the story, because otherwise I feel too many people miss out and get disjunted, and interest in the game and story drop out. So that's kind of what I want to try and avoid.
Yeah. So far, I should be good. I've got 10 to 6 next Saturday as well. So.
Okay. All right then. Well, you gentlemen have a wonderful night and good session. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Good session.
Nice.
Session.
Good playing with y'all.
All right.
Hey guys.
All right.
Yeah,
Later,
see ya.
guys.
Yes, sir.
I really wanted to go into the aqueducts tonight and finish it.
Yep. Got extended another session. He dragged out the story. He's dragging this out so long.
At least it's probably going to end next session.
If it doesn't, I'm calling bullshit.
It should. Like, it's gonna be a long and arduous one. As long as he time skips, as long as you're like, oh, we want to do a long rest, and it's a time skip, and like, oh, and go back down the dungeon if we have to, or we do a long rest inside of the dungeon.
If he doesn't
Um,
time skip, then I'll say, "Fuck it, we're moving to the dungeon." Also, I swear to God, if it's just that's Reese's character now, she sniffs shit. Come on, Reese, sniff this cocaine. Don't you want to sniff it, Reese? Come on. It's just a little bit of dust.
Overall, it was okay. There was definitely some dry moments tonight, but at the end, it got a little bit better. I wish the sessions were longer because then you get more done, and I have a lot more free time. So it's just like, oh, an 8-hour session, we would have been done it tonight and not have to wait an entire week to do it. Progress. But not everybody has that much free time. But yeah, I'm gonna leave now. Bye bye.
Bye. Well, chat. That was fun, chat. I let the other player speak this time. So progression, and I swear to God, if people watch this back and see the re-sniffing shit and make art of it, I will lose it. Peace out, chat.